Test. What's up, chat? Ugh. Yo, chat, we are 50 subs away from 1K. Just in case you didn't realize. Bro, are all of y'all changing your name colors? What's up, chat? So I gotta go red. Hope y'all are well. I wasn't live yesterday, was I? I don't think I was. Here's the thing, chat. I am thinking about designing myself stream wise. Yeah, drama is cool, you know. It's fine or whatever. But every time to try out different forms of content. My hair's not cooperating with me today. The bandana's sticking it out a little bit. I don't know if you could tell. I was thinking about it. I'm just like, because I see, as I'm scrolling through stuff to talk about today on stream, and I see other people's content that they put on YouTube and things of that nature, I'm just like, I don't think I do enough segments to clip out. And my segments become too long to become like standalone, like 20, 30-minute YouTube videos. Because I will go on a tangent about a topic for like 2-3 hours. Right? And nobody's watching a 2-3 hour video about like the streamer university drama or whatever. 10, 15 minutes, 20 minutes to spare. Yeah. They'll take a look during their lunch break. Like, oh, what is going on with Streamer University? Let me just check out this video real quick. But they're not watching a 2-hour video. Right? So just adding more structure to the streams a little bit. So if I'm going to talk about a specific topic, I have a video that I'm going to watch and react to, or an article to read or something like that. And then I do that for, 45 minutes to an hour. Cut that down to 20, 25, 30-minute videos. So I can then put that on YouTube and grow. Because I feel like I've stagnated a little bit as a creator. I've gotten complacent. I've gotten, you know what I mean? I've gotten lazy a little bit. It's just been become very easy to, which is why I've been taking a lot more time off recently. So I feel like I was just like been like coasting a little bit. I'm like, oh, okay, I'm going live today because it's the morning. What did Ethan Klein do today? And I find myself falling down that hole to be like, what drama is there to talk about today? As opposed to like creating content that I actually enjoy engaging with. And actually going into more diverse content as well. Like Chat Control's Baldur's Gate, I think that's a fun, interesting concept that it hasn't been done. But the first stream that I did, the test stream that I did, I feel like it was a lot of troubleshooting and not a lot of like, okay, this is how it actually works. And so I can't cut that into like a, for lack of a better term, like a Doug style video. Right? Like, pause. We have like a lot of fun, like interesting content that now it's showing me tech tone, bro. Now it's showing me tech tone. This video also looks interesting. Why is he just blasting music? I stopped caring.
Is it possible to?
But like this. I don't like this. Or like this. That's not interesting. Interesting topic to throw you off, like X saying Absol and digital. I saw that too. Like, academics is so funny. I don't understand this. Is this supposed to be me? Somebody says, is that Sean the Black Keem? I think it's US Keemstar. I got 29 upvotes. You know what I mean? I'm not too worried about that. But yeah, like it's just I'm leaving money on the table by not doing like stupid stuff like, you know, Streamer University reactions, a 16-minute cut down about stuff like that or whatever of my stream.
Well, it's time to talk about
or like this little bit like this style video. Valorant cheating scandal just got worse. Just clickbait title. Or like Pyrocynical did the same thing here. Like Kai said at Streamer University just got even worse. Like, you know what I mean? It's right there. And so I feel like I do content like this that works, but the issue is that I take too long, right? I go too deep into analysis that like it's almost impossible. It's almost impossible to craft a YouTube video out of it. Because I'll be like, and again, I can show like an example of this here. Also, we are 500 followers away from 30K, and we are 50 followers away from 1K. 50 subscribers away from 1K. So if you have a Twitch Prime you haven't used, you want to use it here, I will accept that. Honestly, my streams don't do terribly, right? 20K, 27K, 12.7K, 10K, 7.2K, 6.7K. 30K, 11K. Not horrible horrible numbers, but like even on like this 6-hour stream, like the Hassan video about the outdoor boys. I was talking about that for 30 minutes by itself. Like that's I'm not gonna cut a reaction to a reaction. I think that's dumb. But like on Hassan getting banned, right? Hassan got suspended again. I talk about that in related topics for an hour and a half, right? Because we go into Hassan getting banned, into Tectone, and I don't even know. I don't even know if we finished this video. Did we finish this video? I guess we did. I guess I could cut like Hassan got banned. I can cut that down. So I only reacted to that for like 20 minutes. And then I go into Tectone and I did talk about Tectone for like an hour. I guess that's not horrible. This thing from the anonymous hackers? No. I'm not clicking on any more of your links. I just talked about how we need structure and chat just keeps spamming links.
Podcast. They took me out to lunch.
Okay, I stopped caring.
I live like
just like Thug over
every
here.
single day, Shank.
Like this. Like Young Thug is an idiot from Shansi.
Lulas_beekeeper just subscribed. Happy 20 months. How are you at Shonda Black?
Lula's Beekeeper, thank you for the 20-month resubscription. Much appreciated. Even like FD is better at streaming than I am. You know what I mean? Y'all can't gaslight me and think Tory Lanez was an A tier artist or B or C. Like a stream cut down of listening to Tory Lanez, like that's content. And I need to stream more for the content. Which is kind of difficult to do because streaming is not my full-time thing. So I'm in a weird state of my streaming career where I don't make enough money for streaming for that to be my full-time endeavor, which means I can't put so much time into streaming, which means I can't, or it's harder. It takes more effort to like craft interesting and engaging content out of my streams, which then leads me to, you know, becoming lazy and stagnating and things of that nature. These YouTubers aren't always good at making YouTube videos. That's not at all the same thing. Streaming and cutting down a stream to a YouTube video is not the same thing as like making YouTube videos. It's about the content you choose to focus on and staying on topic and things of that nature, which is what I'm speaking to.
I don't think you can like.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think it's gonna be fixed. I mean, like, to be fair, like Sean C did an hour reaction to JCS, 15,000 views 14 hours ago. Honestly, maybe I'm comparing apples to oranges because all the people that I'm talking about are just YouTubers who started streaming after creating, you know, or creating an audience on YouTube. And so their audience on YouTube like, may not go watch their streams, but they will be on YouTube looking for more of their content. And I just don't have that established base. Like my audience is here, right? And it's a pretty sizable audience in comparison to like like everybody else who streams. Again, the top 0.04% in the world or whatever. The top like 5,000 in the world. But the problem is like I just don't have an audience on YouTube like that. There are people who will watch on YouTube though. Like I have like I think I've actually, no, let's check that too. I'm curious. If I were to go here, I want to see my average YouTube viewership metrics. for live streams. It doesn't say. Like my live viewer metrics. Oh, wait. Yeah, no, it just shows the full views. Oh, I averaged 87 concurrent viewers in the last 28 days on YouTube. They did have a process already that we're able to use streaming as a new stream of content to output. Yeah, I don't know. I think I just need a little bit more structure. Also, I am very cheap, and so I don't like spending money. I need an editor. I think I might be one of those things where I just have to like invest and get and hire an editor, somebody to like take and clip stream content into YouTube videos. Your camera is ass? What do you mean? The camera's good. You know, Marsh is a producer. He did an industrial complex. An industrial complex is not gonna. There's a reason why you don't see an industrial complex for anybody other than like really Hassan, right? In this space, right? As of like people who are, because you have to be a certain level of content creator. Excuse me, for content creator, in order for like people to have there be value in clipping out your content. You know what I mean? I don't think so. You look grainy. Maybe it's the lighting. No, I think you're wrong, Chatter. I'm gonna be real. Judges don't care about the camera quality. This is my lukewarm take. But yeah, like that, like people clip out Hassan's content because Hassan is large enough where people are looking for his content. Therefore, you can make money by clipping out Hassan's content and posting it it's like Hustlers University a little bit. You know what I mean? It's like Hustlers University. Hustlers University was a situation where they actually like paid people. And so the more you posted on about Hustlers University, the more you got paid from Hustlers University. It's kind of like that, but not entirely similar. For like Hassan, it's like you post like this clip from Hassan Hassanabi Reacts got 16K in 11 hours. You know what I mean? And so you're basically chasing you're competing with other Hassan clip channels in order to get your content out first and fastest and best, so that people who are looking for Hassan, because Hassan is such a large audience, will click on your video or your clip of Hassan, and you get paid from it. Essentially, there's not that incentive for people if you're not literally of Hassan's size, right? So if you were to clip me and this is why people always ask me if they can make clip channels, and it just never really materializes, because like you're not making money in bank off of like editing my clips down unless I pay you, which is then me hiring an editor. And that's why you just don't really see that for anybody except for the highest echelon of streamers. You know what I mean? Like unless you're netting like 10,000 concurrent viewers a stream, you know, it's just not worth it for people to do so. That's the reason why it doesn't happen. So I'm gonna have to actually just like hire an editor. But that's money. I think the large streamers like Emmy and OTV Crew don't have a ton of YouTube clip channels. There are some, but they don't have like individual clip channels. Like you have like OTV and Friends clips or whatever it's called. I don't know what the name is. And they have like an editor that they pay, but then they have like other channels that post things when things are controversial or whatever. You know what I mean? Your audience just got Asmongold. Yeah, but again, they have the money to pay for editors. That like again, I'm in a weird state of my streaming career where like I'm making money and that's good, but like I'm not making enough money to like I'm not gonna sit here and be like I'm living paycheck to paycheck or whatever. You know what I mean? But I'm not making enough money to where I can comfortably hire a like consistent editor. To then like pay that editor through like the highs and the lows of the content, especially like when getting it off the ground. But at a certain point, it has to be an investment. You have to kind of bite the bullet and do it. You know what I mean? Any freelancers in chat, people do reach out to me for editing services or whatever. I just, again, would you consider a competition? No. That's the surest fire way to get canceled, Merch art competition and things of that nature, canceled. People haven't done that for years. Why? Free labor. Anyway, so that's what I'm thinking about, and also I forgot I was gonna bring up like Doug. So outside of like specifically like React clips or whatever, or like the Valorant cheating scandal just got worse or something like that, right? Instead of that, more like this style content.
Can we listen to Drunk Man's Choir Skyrim theme?
Oh, that would be good just to like get the.
But again, the problem is like he like is again Cat22. Like, I just don't have a high of an audience. So I need to do something to get the high audience, so I can keep doing stuff that I enjoy.
That's a good idea.
Let's get forward a little bit.
Rounds of these 2 new quests to beat. Both ran attempting the Skyrim 10 quest challenge, because I wrote some code that generates 2 random quests in Skyrim, such as loot a chest or create an orphan, and then I have to complete both of those quests in under 10 minutes. Then I move on to round 2. I get 2 new quests to beat in 10 minutes, and this overall challenge is to beat 10 rounds of these random quests in
like something like this. But I've coded things like this before, like Chat Controls Baldur's Gate 3 or something like that. That could make a video in this style like interesting to watch. But yeah, I think I am in that VOD that I did. It's just too. Also, I think the VOD might actually be I think it's probably still on my VOD, my Twitch VOD list. It's too widespread. Like I did it for I played it for like 6 hours. And I just don't have time to cut that down. And maybe an editor does, but I don't know. I think the things to think about. The guy who made a code to be my sleeper and dude has millions of views. I became one of them. I also saw Code Bullet do that as well. And it's similar style content. And I guess also a problem that I do have is that I do have a lot of different styles of content. And so I do drama and I do politics and I do software development and I do gaming sometimes. And so like Doug has fallen into like a niche here with this style of content. Code Bullet fallen into a niche with that type of style of content. They're putting in people who just make challenges for themselves in any game, no coding. Yeah, but that's lame and gross and boring. I'm a software developer. Why would I not use that for my content? Because I find that enjoyable. Anyway, these are just thoughts that I've been thinking about. I think most of my issues and problems will be solved by just finding an editor. Right? Do I follow a New Vegas playthrough? I will not.
Wendy, duffel bag, hand off. Say anybody on campus, whether it's anything, could be a safety issue.
Finally, I have some good news. I
I'm happy and proud to announce that the Kai Cenat Streamer Universe.
I am slightly interested in like the white person's perspective of Streamer University. I have thoughts about Streamer University, and that some of it is interesting content. I talked about the interesting content part of it before, and some of what I've seen reminds me a bit too much of like Tyler Perry-esque, you know, those like balloon poppin'-esque videos. You know what I mean? I'm just like, why do we do this to our people? Why do we do this? It feels like black TV for white people. Yes. They're using it to boost DDG up again. Yeah, it's very. I also saw some clips from like some of the women who were like, you know, DDG, he's so nice to me, right? He's such a nice and genuine person. I don't know why anybody would ever put a restraining order out against him. It doesn't make any sense to me. He would be the best baby daddy, right? He's a great father to his kid. Like, I'm just like, what are we doing? And it wasn't just one. I saw 2 separate women who were at Streamer University who said that. Not that's I'm exaggerating a little bit. They didn't say literally that, but it was kind of like that. Isn't he the moonwalking in Calabasas dude? Yes. That's so obvious as well. And we can take a look at it. Does anybody have the link to them? You see. Bro, what is with this DDG glaze? I think for everyone when I say DDG deserves best breakout streamer of the year. Okay, he's for sure he's okay, I don't want to say for sure he's paying money, but like it's just that the glaze is insane. Off the charts. That has to be satire? No, it's not satire. This person says, how y'all gonna be mad this lady is telling y'all how good DDG is to her? I promise y'all are bots in real life. Nobody does a single thought about of their own. And let me guess, y'all gonna bully her for having her own opinions. India speaks of how much DDG means to her.
The fuck? Like, when you got genuine people in your corner and a genuine person like Moo, who genuinely is like a great guy, who doesn't have no expectations other than wanting to see another person win and do good and be respectful, and every great attribute and characteristic in a person, he shows that in every way to me. So I don't give a rat's ass who, what, when, where, why, and how. Like, I'm very much team Moo. I'm very much team, like, you know, you gotta like do for those and pour into those who pour into you, and you gotta like really pay attention to people's character these days, like behind the scenes type of character, when nobody's watching type of character, and I feel like he gives and how.
There's also one more. They may have the other one as well. Bro, what is this propaganda? What is this propaganda? Ray admits that he thought DDG had a huge ego at first when they realized he's actually really cool after Streamer University. What is this propaganda? Bro, okay, one piece of propaganda I'm not falling for is DDG is a good person. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That's one piece of propaganda that I will not fall for. I will not fall for.
Shout out fucking all the people over there, bro. I'm curious, $100. At first, I always thought DDG got ego, bro. Like I always seen DDG got ego, cause he just be making a straight face. Feel me? After this shit, like he that's cool, bro. He like how I say that shit? Like he cool, bro. He a cool uncle, bro. He a cool dad, bro.
You cool what? Run that word by me again.
Bro, he a cool. Nah, he cool, bro. He a cool uncle, bro. He a cool dad, bro. I forgot he a dad, bro. He too grown for acting like that. I don't care about though. But shout out DG, bro. Shout out DG, he cool as shit. Hey, Emily, bro. Before.
And then there's this one as well. Cooking with Kaya said DDG is genuine, always checking on her, on and off stream.
But Didi is actually a genuine, nice person. Like, he is shark. He be sharking. But to me, he's just a genuine person. He's never been like a weirdo. He's never been like, he's very respectful. He's very helpful. He's very like kind. He really genuinely cares. Like, even when I was, like around the time I just stopped posting, like he would just randomly text me like, Kaya, keep going, keep posting, this, that, and the third. Like, he's very genuine. Yeah, he cool. That's not even a glaze. Like, oh my gosh. Y'all have new words every 2 seconds. That's not a glaze, y'all. That's genuine. And I didn't say nothing at first because I already knew people was going to be like, oh, she only saying that because she like him or something like that. Like, people just always twisting words, but he really is genuine. He's very respectful. Yeah, it's not a glaze. If I literally show y'all our messages, he has never said nothing weird to me. As much as y'all think he probably have, he's never said nothing weird. Like, he sent me what camera to get. He gives me advice on content.
Okay. That the Hitler comparison is a bit far. I would not say that's the most apt comparison in DDG. Is it though? Yeah, no, it's a bit much. It's a bit much.
Like, yeah.
And so I have a few thoughts. People saying like, oh, she's paid or whatever. I don't think that these women are paid, right? Or that Ray is paid or whatever. You know what I mean? To be saying like, Sean, if you don't think they're paid, then why do you think they're doing this? Also, I also don't think that they're like trying to chase romantic involvement or whatever with DDG, right? Or that's the reason why. You know what I mean? Because I feel like that kind of dips into like misogyny. You feel me? Because it's not just the women who are saying this. You feel me? So you may be asking, Char, what do you think? What do you think it is then? What do you think it is? I think this is part of it. DDG had the most viewed channel during the Streamer University. Most watched from Streamer University. Number one, DDG, 3.57 million. I think part of it is clout. which, you know, it is what it is. Right? But another part of it is a part of I don't think it's like a conspiracy or whatever, but just sort of like a rehabilitation of DDG's image. And this is kind of the what we talked about before Streamer University even happened. This is the problem with allowing people like this into your space, right? You remember what I said a few like a week ago at this point? He's like, Kai, here, do we have a link to Kai talking about DDG during the announcement? Kai was talking about how he was neutral, right? He was neutral. He wasn't getting involved and things of that nature. And how I told you that, like, that's not neutrality. Bro, what is the glaze? What is all of it? I'm sorry. Every time, somebody find me that clip, please. But every time I just scroll on Twitter trying to find a specific clip, I just find another clip of somebody glazing. What is this glaze? So Illuminati talks about DDG and thanks Kai for letting him in the Streamer University despite all the drama. It's not drama. He's an abuser.
Hey, the industry looking at DDG like this. Them niggas mad as fuck.
What does he mean, the industry? What is he talking about? Like the streaming industry? What, Hollywood? The courts? The courts are looking at DDG like that? What are you talking about?
Hey, the industry looking at DDG like this. Them niggas mad as fuck. My nigga was he wasn't even supposed to be in this position. They tried to end my nigga. That's stop. You can't end streamers, my nigga. We everyday TV. That's why y'all banned me. They set up a whole plan to just destroy him. Bro, W Kai for still letting DDG come and do his thing, bro. Real shit. Haley pissed. Her ass somewhere around a whole bunch of industry niggas.
Two sides of a story that's going on right now.
I'm gonna leave that girl alone, dog. Hey, the industry bro. Real shit. Haley pissed. Her ass somewhere around a whole bunch of industry niggas with I'm gonna leave that girl alone, dog. Hey, the industry.
Watch this clip. And I'll give you my take that I said last week.
Two sides of a story that's going on right now, and I am in the middle to where I have to be able to just see things play out. It is none of my, you feel what I'm saying, chat? Like, honestly speaking, there's two sides to a story, and you got to be able to just respect both of them. All you can do is pray for both sides, honestly, and that's facts, nigga. Pray for DDG, pray for Halle. You feel what I'm saying? They're going through shit right now, but I want to go ahead and say DDG is a pioneer within what I do. I want to go ahead and make two sides.
Like, Kai tried to play this, like, both sides. Like, he's not taking any sides. Like, there's a side over here and a side over there. And I'm just going to stay out of it. But, like, as I said last week, picking DDG is picking a side. For exactly what we see going on with all of these other streamers. You picked a side. There's no neutrality here. There's no neutrality here. You did pick a side. And so people who were angry and upset with Kai for allowing DDG or for picking DDG in the first place were completely vindicated. Because now it's all glaze. It's all glaze. To the point where people are minimizing, right, the abuse that the courts had found validity in. That's why they awarded the restraining order. Right? Minimizing that to being like a false flag, to being not real or not genuine. It's all that he was nice to me, so I don't believe he's an abuser. Yeah. But to be fair, like, they haven't gone that far. I haven't seen anybody gone that far. But that's the implication, right? That's the implication. It's like You know what? People always say things about DDG. What things? That he's an abuser? Right? That he uses his child as a prop, things like that. People are always saying things about DDG, but like, this is how he treats me. So, you know, maybe consider that. Implying that he's not an abuser. The funny fact about not being his side is, it's still being his side. You don't want the consequences. But even then, like, I would understand, right? Trying to be neutral, attempting to be neutral to try to, you know, go forward with your event. I would get that. You feel me? But like, what Kai did wasn't neutral. It wasn't neutral. It was a step on the rehabilitation tour. Right? It's like the equivalent of like a rapist being like, I found Jesus. I go to church not even every Sunday, every day. Every day. And posting pictures of them with the Bible. That's what's happening. How does Kai not get that? He doesn't care to. Exactly like Russell Brand, yes. Yes. Exactly Russell Brand. And so now, like, everybody's kind of like pretending like this thing that does exist just doesn't exist. Right? And that is DDG's abuse allegations. How about Tory Lanez on a stream if he could? Kai was going to go to Japan with freaking Kanye West 4 months ago. He was? Yes! Do y'all not remember this? It was like 4 months ago. Big 2025. He was going to do a stream with Kanye. I talked about this. February 10th, 2025. Kai Cenat says planned stream with Ye is no longer happening. I seen the tweets. The two have a rocky relationship and we're planning on streaming from Tokyo. 02/10/2025. It took until February for Kai to call it.
I'm gonna go ahead and address the elephant in the room. I seen the tweets, my nigga. I seen the tweets, bro. I seen the tweets. I don't know what's going on, bro. I think it's GG's. Hey, look. I think it is GG's. I don't know, bro. I don't know. I think, bro, it's crazy, bro. I don't know, bro. It's crazy. It's just back to back to back. I don't know. I think it's GG's. It's GG's, bro. It's GG. I don't know. I don't know, bro. I literally don't know.
Like, Kanye has been openly a Nazi for like years at this point. Like, openly a Nazi for years. And it took until February to be like, yeah, maybe that's a bit far. I seen the tweets.
Man, looking good over
How you doing, bro?
Guy approaches Kai about Kanye at the AMA award show.
Nice to meet you.
Good to see you.
Hi. Hi. Hi, bye.
Hey,
How you doing?
Who let this guy in here?
Yeah.
Hey, where's Kanye? We want to say we love Ye. We love Ye for being outspoken regardless, because it's America, and I think it's a great thing to live in a free country. Don't you, Guy? I think it's a free country.
So you really,
opinions.
you really hopped on my screen, knowing my influence.
Yeah.
So come on here and say that.
I think he's a great guy that at the end of the day, you having a dialogue with him.
Hey, that's what I'm going to say.
Old stuff, though? Any of Kai's old stuff or Kanye's old stuff?
I want to protect my energy.
Yeah, well, I think you letting them talk is a good thing.
But no, I'm going to politely ask you, get out of here, guys.
Well, we think it's good to have free opinions.
I get
God
it,
bless you, Kai.
but I don't want that. Whatever you got going on, you deal with that. Thank you for your service.
Yes, he's a boy, sir.
Appreciate you.
I love your work.
Yo, that's
Great work, man.
crazy. Hey, really? Nah, thank you so much.
Hey, I appreciate you. Hey, Kai, I love the content, bro. Love the content, bro.
Thank you so much.
Can I get a photo?
How does Hassan already have, Hassan wasn't even live. Wait, he was live yesterday. Let's say. Wasn't Kai still glazing Drake after the pedophile stuff too? He was glazing Drake yesterday. maybe not glazing. Maybe glazing's a bit far. It means my kids talk to Kai real quick. And there are a lot of Nazis at the AMAs. Yeah. Quite interesting. I thought Drake spoke at Streamer U. Drake spoke at Streamer U. All I saw was Kai complaining about. This isn't about Kai. You know what I mean? We'll take a little bit of a look or whatever. But I saw Kai complaining about Kendrick Lamar being played. Where's it at? Did anybody have it, chat? Part of his contract to get Drake to do a little speech at Streamer U. Drake was calling into a bunch of streamers, imagining having all that money and can't hire publicists to tell you not to associate with schools anymore. It's crap. Crazy. Now you have to be a perma hater and Drake Dick Rider wild terms. Anybody have a link to it? Drake. Again, this isn't not a segment about Kai and it's about a DDG, but like it's just it is pretty funny.
Second bad, but somebody gotta do it. Got my foot up on the gas, but somebody gotta do it. They not like us. They not like us. They not like us. Us. You know what's crazy? I'm from Potato OG, but I never heard Drake song. I don't think I ever heard a Drake song.
Like, Kaiser's a centrist when it comes to Kendrick and Drake. Bro plays both sides. Let him out. It's not even centrist. Okay, perfect example. This is him picking a side. Right? Like when Kendrick is playing and he feels the need to be like, Drake actually makes good music too. Rather bringing Drake up whenever you hear Kendrick, yeah, like that's picking a side. Why don't they play music from the guy who's been marked for a pet over all year? Yeah. Don't forget that Drake added him to the lawsuit. By the way, yeah, Drake added him to the lawsuit, but then also spoke at Streamer University. Maybe because he hasn't been a good Drake song, and even then, someone else had to sing it. Drake hates black streamers. Added Kai to the lawsuit. Yeah, Kai. Like there was a bunch of React streamers named in Drake's lawsuit against UMG, because he was like, "Look, Kai has a bunch of views on his reaction." It must be botted. It must be botted. We know why. Imagine them doing that to a black artist. Y'all turn y'all back on Drizzy, man. American and proud, hashtag MAGA. Respect. But yeah, that's kind of like the point. Is that also, yeah, I also want to show you my old the old segment that I did about Streaming University. They not like us. They not like us. Where's it at? Not here. Here. This was 9 days ago. Oh, this is when I was back home. That's why my audio is muted here. Here, watch.
No, that's
OJ
I said before this.
A lot of crazy things going on, but y'all gotta understand, bro. This is how I view it personally, bro. I cannot. There is two sides of a story that's going on right now.
Stop. Kai, please. Kai. You can't say there's two sides to the story while simultaneously picking a side. You can't do that. You can't try to sit here and be like, I'm neutral. Also, DDG, thank you for the 50 gifted. Thank you for the 50 gifted. Welcome to Streaming University, Mr. Professor. Number 1, first on the list. Like, I don't know if that computes. Was it footage of him beating her? Wait, really? I haven't even seen the footage. I believe her. I take her word for it. So yeah, that's what I said 9 days ago. And then lo and behold, look at what happened. The rehabilitation tour had started. Now DDG is such a good guy. He's misunderstood and the industry is against him. The industry is against him. That's picking a side. He picked a side. Kai picked a side. Kai picked a side. He did. Even if he wasn't intending to. I don't know what else there is to say about that. Here, I'll end this section by playing this video that made me laugh yesterday. How I turned into Megan in real time. Wait. Hello? What happened to where's the tweet at? Oh, there it is. Man, Twitter's so broken. Okay. No, it wasn't muted. The tweet didn't show up. It only showed the replies for some reason. Here, I'll just watch this. I want you to watch it, and it may not make any sense, but just watch it.
All right, y'all. I guess I'm getting fired.
We knew that. Yes!
Wait, what?
When the fucking...
Was he there the whole time?
I said the same shit. I looked over.
Wait, what?
Yes! This nigga needs to be gone! Yes! It ain't no ball! It ain't no ball! It ain't no ball!
What'd you do then?
Fuck nigga!
Wait, it didn't even show the best part. Okay, where's the full video at? Where's the full video at? Is that a college dorm? Yeah, it's Streamer University. Does anybody have it? Look at how DDG famous. I only knew of him because he was dating Hallie. I mean, he had to be dating Hallie. You had to be famous to some extent. But he was a streamer. He started out a streamer, YouTuber person, turned rapper. And then went back to streaming, YouTubing full time. Does anybody have it? Anybody have the clip? Anybody have the clip? All I see is glaze. All I see is glaze. That's all I see. Here. Oh, here, I found this one.
All right, y'all. I guess I'm getting fired.
We knew that.
Yes.
Wait. No, this is the same clip.
Every day. How studious you were and shit.
It's pointless to go to class tomorrow.
No, don't say that.
He gonna literally say, Tyler, come to the dean's office.
All right,
What's up? We knew that.
Yes!
Wait, right?
When the fuck
Was he there full time?
It's the same shit.
Yes!
Yes!
Yes! This nigga needs to be gone! Yes! It ain't no ball! It ain't no ball! It ain't no ball!
What'd you do then?
Fuck nigga! Man, my day is good. I'm going to bed. Fuck this nigga. Ah! Doodle garbage. Ah! Ah! Yes! Yes! We won! We won! We did!
He kind of cooked with doo-doo garbage, I'm gonna be real. There's so much context. Basically what happens, I don't know, I can't explain to you what's going on in this room right now. One, too many people. Two, you know, I just have no idea.
It's pointless.
And
No, don't say that.
DDG walks in and he says, I guess I'm getting fired. Thank you. I wanted to see this perspective. He said, I guess I'm getting fired. And this guy just, he's very excited, if you will. And then he calls him doo-doo garbage for DDG.
All right, y'all. I guess I'm getting fired.
We knew that.
Yes!
Wait, what?
When the fuck
Was he there full time?
I said the same
Is he
shit.
playing a character of a guy who hates DDG? I don't take anyone seriously. I don't know. It's funny though.
I look dope.
Yes! This nigga needs to be
Yeah, so obviously just for content. No, it's all for content, chat. Jeez Louise, just take a step back and just learn to laugh. Learn to just laugh at somebody else laughing at DDG's expense. You know what I mean? Just learn to enjoy life. You know? Obviously it's not real. It's Streamer University. You know, it's not real, but just like, you know, it's funny seeing somebody laugh at DDG's expense a little bit. Yeah, ain't nothing genuine. There's 10 cameras in the room. Yeah.
What'd you do then?
Fuck nigga! Man, my day is good. I'm going to bed. Fuck this nigga. Ah! Doodle garbage.
Oh, hell no.
I think it stems from Dio's beef with DDG. Bruce really influencing the youth for too long.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm not even gonna lie. As an honest man, I wouldn't tolerate that level of disrespect.
He already beat him up.
All right, y'all. I guess I'm.
So that was a wild. I mean, to be fair, I'm not surprised sometimes they ain't really know what's going on. But yeah, DDG was given a ton of chances, and just laughed in Kai's face. No, Kai was doing it for content, right? Like everything that DDG did here, DDG was never going to be expelled. You know what I mean? That wasn't or fired or whatever. Like that's not really a thing. It's fully for content. Fully for content. Just fully for content. You know what I mean? What is this? Oh, I'm not gonna go through the DDG clips. I don't really care. Of like, you know, his antics, right? Him fighting people, him throwing a party, him throwing up gang signs after Kai leaves, stuff like that. That's for the content, right? Kai was playing the role of like the professor who was trying to, you know, keep things legitimate or whatever, and DDG was playing the role of like the cool. Sorry, Kai was the principal who was keeping it legitimate. DDG was playing the role of the cool teacher, right? Who was basically like a student. That's the role that he was playing in this entire thing, right? But the overarching story here is that this serves to rehabilitate DDG's image in the midst, like almost not even like directly after being accused of being an abuser by his ex, right? And his ex getting a restraining order directly after. Not even 3 weeks ago was DDG in the news for a lot of negative attention for those things, right? Now, if you look at freaking DDG on Google, DDG shows love to Kai Cenat after winning Streamer Awards. Top 10 most viewed at Kai's Cenat Streamer University, India Love, DDG, and more. Model India Love speaks out in support of DDG amid Hallie abuse allegations. Did he have the most viewers too? He did. He did have the most viewers. Where's it at? It was open. It was open here somewhere. Here. Right? And it serves to rehabilitate his image, which vindicates everybody who was mad at Kai for allowing DDG to come in the first place. Right? Because there were people who were criticizing Kai, being like, you're not taking the allegations seriously, you're going to serve to rehabilitate his image, and things of that nature. Right? And Kai kind of swept those criticisms under the rug, being like, oh, no, see, I'm neutral. All you can do is pray for both sides, you know. Pray for Hallie's side, pray for DDG's side. There's two sides to every story. Anyway, come on, Professor DDG. Come on, Professor DDG, come on. You know? Most viewed at Streamer University has multiple people, right? This is just 4 from the brief scroll through Twitter I've done, right? I literally scrolled through Twitter for like 2 minutes. I got 4 different clips of DDG Glaze, but how he's so different than people make him out to be, and how he's misunderstood, and how he's so genuine amidst his ex getting a restraining order for his violent abuse. Right? And this is not surprising. This happened with Chris Brown. Right? Happened with Cardi. People with credible abuse allegations just getting it swept under the rug because, oh, the industry is trying to take them down. You know what I mean? It's consistent. And this time it's just a little bit closer to home. Right? Because I didn't think anybody at Stream University was actually going to, you know, like press DDG like to any serious extent. You feel me? I didn't. And so now you just have he's participating in the Creator League. What's the Creator League? I ever watched it? I went to his channel and he went to a girl's stream who only started streaming for Streaming University, and someone in her chat asked what she thought of Duke Dennis, and she said that he's really nice, and he called her and told her never to mention him again on stream. What? DDG was watching somebody who just started streaming because of Streaming University. Someone in her chat asked her what she thought about DDG. She said he's nice. DDG, sorry, what do you think about Duke Dennis? She said he's nice. And then DDG called that streamer and said never mention Duke Dennis again on stream. I think it's just a bit. They're way too responsible for the size of the audience they have. There's a real moral aspect to being a large streamer, which is not talked about enough. It looks so insecure. Even if it's a bit, this is his character. I mean, the answer is no one cares about the moral aspect, right? You were actually harmed by having like some level of moral character, especially in the streaming ecosystem. It's a lot easier to just, let some of the shit slide and not. It's you know what it is, chat? You know what it is? I've talked about this before. Do you know what this is? Do you know exactly what this is? This is the thin purple line. This is the thin purple line. I talk about it all the time. All the time. The thin purple line. It's large streamer solidarity. Large streamer solidarity. People play neutral, right? Because there's a level of solidarity between large streamers. I've talked about this in every instance. You can distill every instance of like caping for bad people in the streaming landscape to the thin purple line. There's a reason why large streamers, right, outside of the clout incentive, cape for other large streamers. Because if they call out another large streamer for whatever reason, right, they become like, not a target, but like kind of a pariah. You know what I mean? They're like, oh, you didn't protect the large streamers here as we're supposed to do as large streamers. So when people come out and attack you, you don't get that same level of protection. You feel me? Then I say it was also based on click. It wasn't that random. I mean, yeah, well, he's a professor, so it's not the same as like the students, but yeah. And that he was supposed to be drafted in the Creator League, not basketball. It's supposed to be multiple events through the summer, and the draft is today. Who's putting it on? Is Kai still putting it on? He'll probably be there. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know what else there is to say about this. You know what I mean? It makes me believe that if people weren't this pissed at Kanye, Kai would have not have backed out on the tour with Kanye. No, definitely not. He was willing to do it up until February. And he's been a Nazi for years. He's been a Nazi for years. Like, I don't know. I don't know if there. Excuse me. I don't know if there's anything else to say, really. In conclusion, we'll look at some more of the glaze to end off the segment again, just for like once over. I speak for everyone. I say DDG deserves a breakout streamer of the year. And honestly, here's what I'll say. Honestly, he might get it. He might get it. Right? There was a precedent set last year with Aiden Ross. Cutie's not gonna like be like, well, no, he's an abuser. I don't want an abuser in my space. Right? Cutie will say, well, he was nominated, and love him or hate him. You know what I mean? Love him or hate him. He did really break out this year. That's what happened last year with Aiden Ross. People were like, you know, Aiden Ross is a Nazi. He should not be rewarded. Right? Is Cutie disqualified as also? Cutie's not disqualifying anybody, really. Streamers already want to be the Oscars, so why not have abuse like Hollywood as well? True. Visionally, Mark Phillips, Ray Agent Boy, your rage. Deji, that's a blast from the past. I know Gideon was still around as well. Asana's in there? Yeah, Asana's in here. So is Senna. In the comments saying, where's Kai and DDG? Where's Duke? This comment's so funny. Where's Ray? I wonder where Ray is. Jeez Louise, people can't read. No Kai, no Agent, no Davis, no DDG. Boo, y'all did DDG slimy. Like, and this gets a little bit deeper into a problem that the Black community has, not specifically, but that does exist within the Black community. This exists within all industries, but something that I see being Black myself and seeing the way that like Black spaces operates. And there is a usage of, right, racial dynamics in order to reinforce misogyny. Does that make sense? Ole made a video on this. We don't watch Ole here. Gideon is a good guy, really. Yeah, the greatest of guys. But like the way, and this has happened with Tory Lanez. It's happened with Chris Brown. It's happened with DDG. It's like the usage of like, oh, they're taken down. We're doing it with Tory too. It's horrible. Yeah, like, oh, they're taking down a Black man. Right? They're taking down a Black man. They're trying to hold Black men back, weaponizing like racial dynamics against the Black women to protect abuser Black men. Right? It's what Soul Illuminati was doing here.
Hey, the industry looking at
O.J. Simpson. Well, O.J. Simpson was innocent. Sorry, I can't even say that as a joke. O.J. Simpson is fully dead.
DDG like this. Them niggas mad as.
He dead? Very dead.
Hey, the industry looking at DDG like this. Them niggas mad as fuck. My nigga was he wasn't even supposed to be in this position. They tried to end my nigga. That's tough. You can't end streamers, my nigga. We everyday TV. That's why y'all banned me. They set up a whole plan to just destroy him. Bro, W Kai for still letting DDG come and do his thing, bro. Real shit. Haley piss.
Like that's neutrality, right? Kai was neutral, right? Kai was neutral.
His thing, bro. Real shit. Haley piss throwing. Bro, W Kai for still letting DDG come and do his thing, bro. Real shit.
Exactly what I said. That's not neutrality. That's not neutrality. Kai letting DDG come and do his thing is not neutrality. That is Kai picking a side. It is. It is. And if DDG was like a good friend to Kai, he would be like, you know, Kai, I got a lot of stuff going on in my own life, my own personal baggage. I don't want to bring that to your event. Right? I'm down now.
Like a capitalist.
DDG was like, fuck no. Yeah, Kai, let me there, bro. Rehabilitate my image. Come on, we're gonna scrub down all this bad stuff around me. Yeah, we're gonna get all that dirt off me. Right? Everybody's gonna talk about how good I am, how great. Yeah, of course I'm coming to Streamer University. Of course I'm gonna be there. Nothing changed. Yeah, I'm gonna be there. Because of course he would. It rehabilitated his image. And as we see with clips like this, right? Or clips like this, or this, or this, it works.
Shout out fucking all the people over there, bro. I'm cute, $100. At first, I always thought DDG got ego, bro. Like I always seen DDG got ego, cause he just be making a straight face. Feel me? After this shit, like he does like.
It's annoying because I'm sure it wouldn't be neutral if QD excluded him from Streamer Awards. Yeah, it wouldn't be, right?
He does cool, bro. He like.
Now let's say Rock Nation is behind all of men that did horrible things and got caught. I know Jay-Z is a shitty guy. I don't like him, but they're doing too much to defend his abusers. Were they saying like Rock Nation like made the people do the abuse, or like they made the abuse up to like tarnish reputation of like black men?
How I say that shit? Like he cool,
Kai recently
bro.
glazed
Cool
Asmold for defending him. That's not surprising.
He a cool dad, bro. I forgot he a dad, bro. He too grown for acting like that. I don't care about though. But shout out DDG, bro. Shout out DDG, he cool as shit. Hey, Emily, bro.
Rock Nation is responsible for Tory's jail and that every other abuser getting charges. I mean, if that's the case, then like that would be a good thing if they are abusers. No. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if Rock Nation was covering up abuse. No, they're saying the opposite. They're saying the opposite. They're saying Rock Nation is on the side of the women to take down the black men. They make the abuse on and push others. Oh, they make the abuse up and push the women to accuse men. It's weird.
Before shout out fucking.
It's a real male living space. Yeah. Honestly, I get it. You have other space. What do you need it for? You know what I mean? What do you need it for? Or this one.
Yeah. But Didi is actually a genuine, nice person. Like, he is shark. He be sharking. But to me, he's just a genuine person. He's never been like a weirdo. He's never been like, he's very respectful. He's very helpful. He's very like kind. He really genuinely cares.
Like, I don't understand the need to do this. You know what I mean? Like, even if DDG is nice and kind or whatever to you, I don't understand the need to like rehabilitate his image publicly unless you think the abuse allegations are illegitimate and you need to do a counter narrative. You know what I mean? Got paid for sure. Maybe not. You know, I don't know. I'm not gonna speak to them getting paid or whatever. looked up that Soul Illuminati guy was banned. It was for transphobia and harassment 2 times in 1 month. But no, that's the industry holding him down. Exactly as dumb. He could be nice to you, but not with her. Yeah, and like the only reason I can see for you to come out publicly, it's like somebody's accused of like being a rapist, right? And their current partner comes out and was like, "He's never raped me. He's only been nice to me." That's a counter narrative. That's only being done to run defense for the rapist, right? And if somebody is accused of being an abuser, right? You coming out and being like, "He's only been nice and genuine to me. He checks on me all the time. He's super cool, awesome, and amazing." That's a counter narrative. You're running a counter narrative, right? And you only do that if you think that like Hallie is lying. You know what I mean? I didn't know about him until he was weird towards Emily on her stream. That's all I need to know. I don't even know what that is referring to. Especially since he was just accused. Would you not even entertain the thought that maybe he was just nice to you right now to rehabilitate himself? Unless you don't believe the victim. You know what I mean? Unless you don't believe the victim. I don't see the point of doing this unless you are trying to rehabilitate his image. He called her his ball. It was weird. I mean, probably, but it's also probably content. You know what I mean? Especially if it was done during streaming university or whatever. Like I would say don't take everything that's happens there in full sincerity. It can still be weird. I'm not saying it's not weird. I'm just saying that like his entire brand for streaming university is just do insane, outlandish things for content. You know what I mean? And that's what it's going to be framed as. Like, he was hiding in like India's closet. You know what I mean? We do Virginia Mascot as content. I agree with you. I agree with you, but I'm just saying like that is added context in there as well. Like it is weird. I am saying that it is weird, right? And it falls into his entire weird brand, right? But when we get so into the weeds about like his content style, because he can wash both of these instances away as content, right? He can't wash away his abuse as content, and so I think that's more of what we should be focusing on specifically.
Not only people say you were smoking, not only this nigga just can't learn. Yo, you want that fight today? I was gonna get y'all in the morning. You want that fight today? You want that fight today? You just can't stop fucking around.
You love
Go to the room, gang. It ain't your ball.
Yeah, her lack of reaction makes me think that they're all in on it. So it's just a bit. It's all a bit. All of it's a bit. It's streamer university. There's cameras everywhere. It's a reality show. It's all a bit. It's all a bit. Right? That's my point. Is that it's all a bit. It's all fake. None of it's real. It can still be weird, right? But it's everybody there knows that they're doing things for the sake of content. Right? The things that they are doing is for the sake of content. They are all trying to make content, bolster their own content careers. Some people are engaged in like bits such as this. Some people engage in bits such as like dogging on DDG, right? And things like that. Also, I did see this as well. But I care more about seeing the ball bit because I am slightly interested in what was that about, what that was about. I can't speak. DDG ball. Risky Google. I don't think it's risky to Google DDG ball. What is this? This is not what I was looking for. I'll get back to that in a second. Risky Google is my middle name.
Hello.
First off, make sure you don't leak my number.
No, it's not even showing on here. It's your name.
Okay. Second of all, don't bring up Duke no more. Okay.
I'm not bringing him up. I told him to ask me questions about everything, and that was.
I mean, this is just it's a bit.
One of the.
He's doing a bit.
Okay.
All right. I just clicked on your stream to see what you was doing, and that was the first thing I heard, and it kind of just made me feel some type of way. So if you just could stop.
Oh no, that was not a good start. But no.
I will say that but that some streamers I haven't discovered privacy screens. Yeah. I will say that I don't really care about this clip specifically. But I do think that it's interesting, and I think that something I haven't seen people talk about much is how DDG's whole persona of the playboy, expanding his roster or whatever during Streamer University while having credible abuse allegations and a restraining order from his ex is gross. And the women playing into it are also, it's also gross. You know what I mean? Because I think his insecurity in this instance is a bit, but he has shown and demonstrated insecurity with Hallie. And that insecurity has bled into him trying to take his son away from her or whatever, and try to push this whole she's trying to keep my son away from me and stuff like that, right? I saw you were with a man on vacation or whatever, stuff like that. So he would use that insecurity to harass her, right? And so it's like this bit, sure, awesome, cool, whatever, but it's done for the rehabilitative aspect of his image. It's just, you saw course of masculinity. I just got kicked out of the war room for being too much of a beta male. Deserved. You're not alpha like the rest of us. And people think his abuse is funny is so weird. Not even just that, but I think this serves the added purpose of not this specifically, but something like this, where it's DDG officially made India Love my ball. Duke Dennis was runner up, right? And I saw tweets saying oh yeah, DDG totally upgraded from Hallie, right? It's all of that is done to serve the same purpose, to kind of elevate DDG and rehabilitate his image while also disparaging Hallie at the same time. And all of that kind of all of everything that we talked about and looked at feeds into that. You know? Here, I'll finish this clip though.
Someone said, how do you feel about him? I said, he's a kind man. Yeah. And he gave me good advice, and that was it. Nothing more, nothing less.
All right. Have a good stream.
Thank you. Are you streaming too?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, cool. You too.
All right.
Oh yeah, I mean he's trolling here. But he's feeding into the bit. But that's what I have to say. And this is a problem with the streaming landscape. I've been these days on mostly Black communities online. My observation is just online. If it isn't a queer community, they just dismiss and don't believe women. Even worse, they do protect abuser men, and even women do that. Misogyny is never gone. It's worse these days than I've ever seen before. I just think it's more hyper visible, right? In that, especially in a society that is driven by clout specifically, as the online digital age of like streaming and TikTok and things like that is, because it's driven by clout, people who are abusers, who have clout, there is a material interest in reinforcing your relationship with that abuser to also establish access to their clout. And so it's like a two-way street. Usually with clout, like somebody with like a million followers or whatever, if you're somebody with like 100,000 followers, there's nothing you can do for them, right? If they're on the up and up or whatever, there's nothing you can do for them. However, if they are an abuser with 1 million followers and you have 100,000 followers, you can provide them this. You provide them defense, right? You provide them rehabilitation. They provide you clout. So I'm not saying that's what's happening here specifically with India. But like, I'm saying that in general, that's the case. Right? Except for like maybe with Kai specifically, which why Kai is doing it, who knows? But for these other streamers here, right? They can provide DDG with rehabilitation, with defense. Be like, as a woman, I don't think DDG is an abuser. As a woman, DDG has always been nice to me, right? He's been genuine to me, right? Or, DDG's always been nice to me. He's so chill. He's super down to earth. He's a regular guy. You can offer defense, and DDG can in turn offer clout. DDG gives Extremely his nearly $100,000 chain.
I'm ready to party.
I want to give you my chain.
Me?
You gonna wear it?
Sure. Thank you so much. What chain is this? Oh, thank you. Wow.
You gotta take your hair out.
It's so heavy. Does it look cool?
Yeah, here, take it out of here.
Oh, thank you.
You're officially my ball.
I'm your ball? Are you going? A ball? Are you going, bro? Thank you.
He didn't have to do all that. I mean, like this falls into his. What should you think that this love bombing isn't manipulative? This isn't love bombing. This is content. Right? This is exactly the same thing as this. Not this, sorry. Did I close it? I think I might have closed it actually. As this. Right? It's supposed to. DDG is playing the character, if you will, of like the playboy, surrounded by a bunch of women you know, getting a bunch of women, things like that. It's a power thing too. Yes, but not in a way that you think. It's a power thing against Hallie, right? He knows that all of this is going to be clipped and posted online, and he's trying to assert power and dominance over his ex, essentially. Right? It's like, oh, I project that you are sleeping around with a bunch of different men, and so I'm going to be in public, on camera, consistently, right? With every woman in my vicinity, you know, doing this. You feel me? That's what it is. Asserting power via demonstrating that he's interacting with women that are absolving him. That means it's giving permission to the fans, and the fans start acting aggressively, all the same, and going to war like they're the one being accused. Yeah. Yeah. It's a power move to like assert dominance, if you will. Like he wasn't actually gonna give Emily his chain. It wasn't gonna be the case, right? Him being like, "You're my ball" or whatever. Like he's doing that to assert power over Hallie. That's what he does. That's what all of this is for. Right? It's like the phrase that you might have heard if you are like around straight men, like still hit though. You know what I mean? Like if you heard the phrase "still hit" though, it's like that. It's like, doesn't matter what you're accusing me of, doesn't matter what you say to me. You know, I'm still a man. I still have power over you. I've still, I've dominated you or whatever. It's similar to that. It's like, oh, you might call me an abuser. You might say that I'm a bad, but like, look, women don't think so. 2 women on his arm. Women don't think I'm bad. Women don't think I'm an abuser. That's what he's doing when he does stuff like this. Or does stuff like this. Or does stuff like this. You know what I mean? That's what he's doing. Which is why abusers oftentimes get into relationships during the time where they're abused. Or they're accused, sorry. It's like Tori, Cassie, Megan style dynamics. Right? It's not that abusers can't get women. And oftentimes the women that they get are used to absolve them of their abuse. John Major's Megan good? I don't know much about the John Major's situation. Because obviously DDG is overcompensating so hard, and little boys online don't have life experience to see it, so they bully Hallie and her fans for pointing it out. Yeah. Yeah. But that's why I'll call this segment. I feel like I talked about this enough. Again, a problem that I have is I keep talking. I keep yapping about a situation. I do have to call it somewhere. So we'll call it there. That's my thoughts on the whole DDG thing. I feel bad for these young, famous women. The dating pool, their financial bracket is in shambles. Say about something less depressing? No, all news is depressing. I am slightly curious about Stream University just got worse. Like what is this about?
Is now in session, and it's going about as well as you can expect. I already made a previous video talking about it, but that was before the Streamer University even started. But now it's actually started. How is everyone doing? Well, I do want to say that Streamer University is apparently so big right now, Twitch gave it its own category. But to be fair, I'm guessing it wasn't really that hard, because at the same time, Twitch would also give hot tubs and pools their own category as well. So one of the first few things to happen during the Streamer University early days days was gangs started to form. So you've got this gang called the 7th Floor Dorm, and they've basically decided to band together to take on the other floors. So you're only a couple of days into this like Twitch streamer university thing, and you've already got yourself a turf war. I mean, all right, it's a turf war at a university, so it's probably no better than that Rockstar game that came out, you know, Bully. Also, I will do a video on Bully one day. I promise. That game is absolutely goated.
I want to know. I want to know what white people think. Genuinely, because I can view streaming university from like the black perspective, but I want to know how white people view streamer university.
Is difficult.
Same time, them parading around with Nerf guns. It's great.
4-7 is on lockdown. 4-7. Hey, 4-7.
Could you imagine being a grandfather in the future?
I will say, right? I feel racism coming. I've never felt the power of holding a Nerf gun before.
And you're sat back in your rocking chair, hitting your cherry blue vape or whatever it is, and telling your grandchildren how you survived 2 tours of streamer university. Now, not all of it seemed to be for clip farming. Some of the actual beef seemed to be genuine. Like, for example, Dabo and Raikai, 2 streamers, they did actually get into a physical altercation.
No, that's also still for the clips. Like it's still for the it's all for the clips. Nothing here is genuine. Nothing here is real. They know they're on camera. It's all for the clips.
This all started from a fight earlier on in the day because back then, Dabo, the taller one, basically got his Playboy Carti vest stolen. And then, in an act of vengeance, Dabo took Raki's ski mask and then refused to give it back. Why this all went down is completely beyond me. Maybe they just wanted to watch Streamer University burn.
And this is the problem. The problem is that there is good, legitimate discourse you could have about Streamer University that's not, oh, they're getting violent. Like, no, they're doing that so you talk about it, so they continue to grow their platforms. That's why they're doing it. Now, I could have a problem with like the gangs forming specifically because it's like, oh, this is the same thing about like the art of the spectacle, and it's putting on a performance for the predominantly white audiences to put on the persona of what they, or the identity of what they assume black people would do when they get together, and having that televised, right? White audiences want to see black people join gangs because it reinforces their mindset about what they think about black people, right? I could have that discourse, I could have that discussion, I could have that conversation, and not think that the gangs forming was real, right? Or not think that the fights that happened were real. Like, I don't think DDG was actually hiding in India's closet and that it wasn't done for the clips. I think it was done for the clips. And you can criticize why that is bad. To be honest, it's so childish creating fake fights, but the audience is also children. The streamers are also children. Dabo's like 17, 18 years old. Like fresh out of high school. These are kids. These are kids. These are kids. So like that's not surprising.
Maybe they wanted to be the center of attention for the live stream fail subreddit. I mean, if it was for a clip farm, it worked.
With his girlfriend?
Because I'm sat here talking about it. Also, I'd like to point out as well, even though there's only 2 people
he acknowledges that
fighting, all the spectators are just telling them to watch the camera. They're not trying to like break up the fight or, you know, stop people from hurting each other.
Yeah, because it's not real.
Don't break any cameras. They actually almost hit the fire alarm a couple of times as well, but no. You don't get it. The cameras are priority here. We need the clips. After they got broke up, other streamers pull them into a dorm and basically interrogate Dabo for like any kind of motive. Like why did you do this? We know why you're doing it. It's for a clip farm, but can you give us another reason? I'm pretty sure they're trying to like de-escalate the situation.
So, okay, so which is it? Which is it? He's simultaneous. Again, I think he just wants to talk about Streamer University because it gets clicks. Legitimately. This guy is about to ask Extreme University. He's even accredited. Yeah, like he understands. Pharmaceutical understands that none of this is real. And then he simultaneously is like, see, they're kind of fighting like none of this is real. Of course it's not real. Which you acknowledge.
I can't get this one scene from the death of Stalin out of my head. It's a great film, by the way. I recommend you watch it. But in one scene, there's this character, Khrushchev, and some other Russian people that I can't remember or even pronounce their names. And they basically enact a coup against another character, Beria. You don't really need to know all that context, to be fair. All you
I
need to
just
know...
realized I'm also not live on YouTube. You know what? That's fine. It's gonna be cut into a YouTube video anyway, so it's fine.
In that film, which is pretty similar to Streamer University, they pull a guy into a room, read out his list of rights, how he's completely guilty, and then shoot him without him being able to give his opinion.
You are accused of treason and anti-Soviet behavior.
I'd also like to point out in Death of Stalin, no one actually has Russian accents. Like, you know, HBO Chernobyl, they just all speak British.
There, review it. I think even you, stupid as you are, can manage that.
Now, the standout duo from the Streamer University so far has definitely been Ray and Tota. Ray, who you might remember from the last video, he's a guy who basically got expelled by Kai himself before the university even opened its doors.
We stream together.
Yes.
Wait, how old are you, Toda? How old are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
How old are you? How old?
How old are you?
Now, they've been put in a dorm together, and neither are actually first language English, yet they're...
That was pretty funny. Like, that got a chuckle out of me. That got a chuckle out of me. I'll say it. I'm easy. That made me chuckle.
Communicating in English. And it's gotten to the point now where the English is just so poor that they're trying to use Google Translate to talk to each other. And as we all know, Google Translate is one of the worst translation apps out there. It doesn't understand like pronouns, pronunciations. Like if you use more than like 2 words in Google Translate...
You don't have to explain Google Translate being bad, please.
Gold when these two interact with each other.
You want to eat breakfast?
Yeah.
So we wake up at 9. You think it's too early or not?
Or I like just saying or not into Google Translate.
No.
Now, I do believe that Ray actually speaks more English than Tota. So he's been telling Tota what to say to other people, like this will be okay. And you can tell that he's having some real fun with this.
No. We both don't know English. And we using English to speak, so we are cooked.
I do like how they both admit that their English is bad, but they know the buzzword, we're cooked. Ugh. It's almost like if you go to the UK, you'll need to understand
The buzzword? The buzzword? Slang, I think. Yeah, he should have said slang. It's not a buzzword. That's not even what buzzword means. Turning buzzword into a buzzword.
understand basic English to function. It's like, okay, can you say Riz? Can you say cooked? Can you say yes? Okay, you're in. You don't need to know anything else. Now, the location of the Streamer University was meant to be kept, you know, kind of under wraps.
As I think of the 10-month subscription.
Because if you remember the Great Kai Cenat riot of 2023, you'll understand why. Because obviously every single person that applied and didn't get in, they will happily raid that uni and probably also stream it as well to try and get a bit of clout for themselves. But, which was a huge shocker to absolutely no one, day one, the location was immediately leaked. And it was from no other than Kai himself. Now, since they're actually renting out a real college, not Hogwarts, the branding was actually still around the building. And eagle-eyed viewers could see that it was the University of Akron plastered pretty much all over the windows. Which, if you're wondering, is a college in Ohio. Yep. If any of you just woke up from a coma from like 2022, I'm sure that joke will be absolutely hilarious. Now, outside the college, there were crowds of people lined up to basically see the...
I don't get it. There was... Ohio, it was a joke that did exist at some point, I think. In like different like meme songs and things of that nature. But like it's still a state. I don't know.
Streamers. And then Kai's security force got involved and they set up a bunch of barriers, which, you know, there was some insane measures to be taken. I'm pretty sure they were 2 seconds away from pulling out like the tasers and the tear gas. I think a lot of creators really forget how much influence they have and how big their audience actually is. Because to Kai, it's just a set of like numbers, it's a set of data. But honestly, I feel like he has enough of an audience that basically the majority of a small state would watch him. This then led to a couple of 300 IQ individuals to actually go around the back way and breach into the university. And of course they streamed it. Of course they made YouTube videos talking about it.
No, I swear I was helping you. No, my boy. Come on, my boy. Come on, my boy. I swear I was dumbass. Wait, no, I was trying to help you. Oh, shit.
The problem is when you're trespassing, it's illegal, right? Like not funny haha, it is basically straight up illegal.
If you do not belong on my campus, I am now live, so rules could come into play. Real life, though.
There was also some drama revolving around another creator, Wendy Oritz, and she was just having like way too many interactions with fans. Even at one point taking gifts from them, like, you know, she was walking some kind of like red carpet line or something.
I'm just gonna get something real quick.
Keep going.
Hey, look at okay, thank you so much.
I've been telling y'all, don't interact with the fans. You knew that since the first day. Keep walking.
What? Oh my god.
Now, obviously, it is a bit of a security risk taking gifts from fans. I mean, you know, everyone does it, especially at meet and greets, but this isn't really a meet and greet. It's the Kai Cenat Streamer University. I would not be surprised if someone snuck in something pretty dubious for the sake of content. And also, what usually happens at events like this, there's this cycle where if one person recognizes you, other people build up the confidence to then go over to you, and it's just this kind of self-fulfilling cycle, which is fine, but obviously she's got places to be, and she doesn't really need to get hounded. It even reached the point where Kai did this whole segment basically crying about Wendy, saying like she shouldn't have done that.
Wendy, duffel bag, hand off to anybody on campus, whether it's anything, could be a safety issue. That's why I think people forget, but that's why I state the rules. So the rules are there, and security is making sure everybody is safe.
I'd also like to give a shout out to Agent 00, who is one of the professors at the Streamer University. Now, no one's really talking about this guy because he's doing such a good job. He's not really even clip farming or anything. He's actually trying to be really informative and giving people pretty solid advice. The thing is, the guy seems really intelligent, and then unfortunately, he's stuck teaching at Streamer University. He also actually managed to break up a fight between two streamers, Nina and No Limit J.
I don't like the way this guy talks about any of this. I'm gonna be real. I'm gonna be real. I don't like it. Don't like it. It's been around for mad long, which is kind of like the issue that I was talking about previously, is that like the outside of like the WL space, people acting as though like Streamer University is just like filled with a bunch of nobodies. Agent has a bigger audience than Pyrocynical does. Like, he's a bigger streamer than Pyrocynical is. Right? Bigger YouTuber than Pyrocynical is. And so maybe it feels this way for me because like Pyrocynical is talking to his audience who he knows won't know who Agent is. Right? But it just feels like he's like, be like, yeah, there's this dude called Agent 00. He seemed like a very smart guy, but he's teaching at Streamer University at this point. He's like the only one kind of take this seriously. He even broke up a fight.
After Jay called her an industry plant.
It's gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay.
Bro, no, I'm sorry. It should really be dick riding.
He's apologizing. He apologized. Let's not make it bigger, okay? You all right?
And on top of all this, he actually got 3 students $5,000 investments and brand deals during his class. On the other hand, there are teachers that aren't so great, like for example, DDG. He was seen threatening his students with a fake gun before class started, which we all know, especially in America, is a tried and true teaching tactic.
Any acting up in class, I got that bitch on. No questions asked, and that's on everything I love.
He also started boxing one of his students during class, which really isn't a good look, especially considering the context of his character.
Did he just fight a student?
DDG also managed to sneak out a bunch of students to host a party, which garnered him 100,000 live concurrent viewers. 100k viewers is a lot, okay? Especially like if you're not Spanish or something. That is some like dream SMP levels of views. This then prompted Kai to start a police search for the escaped members. This is definitely not a waste of their time.
Welcome to Streamer University. Buckle up, chat. It's about to be a long night for some people.
Like, he's just describing content. Like, yeah, like you can't simultaneously be like, he was live streaming to, sorry, I don't know why I went to like a little bit of a British voice. I wanted the accent. He was live streaming to 100,000 people, but Kai had to go on a search to find out where they were. Like, he's simultaneously acting like it's not content, right? And then talking about it like it is content, but then pretending like it's not content because he's being like, wow, that's crazy. Bro, that's Streamer University was a documentary. Yeah, it's all content. It never is real. It's fake. It's all fake. He's like it's so true crime. Yeah.
Do you want to say I kind of do have doubts if they're actual police officers, which then led to DDG being off-screen by Kai Cenat. It is a funny clip, but it's even more funny if you look at chat and they're basically just spamming W scripts.
I'm gonna show you what time it is, nigga. Now you stop.
This isn't even the only drama as well. There were so many, it's actually hard to keep track of all of them, usually because they were all happening simultaneously as well. There was supposedly a streamer that got banned for like attending, and also as well there was a
like, honestly, I would respect this video a lot more if he just acknowledged that either it was real or it was fake, right? I think it would be funny to kind of feed into the bit a little bit. You know what I mean? To be like, to actually be a YouTuber in a world where Streamer University is a real university and talking about the drama as though it was actually happening at an actual university, right? Like, people who like pretend like reality shows are real and like talk about reality shows as if they are completely genuine and real, right? That would be funny. But he simultaneously is like, he's like, none of this stuff is real, right? Police officers, not real. None of it's real or whatever. But also being like, this fight happened and it was so genuine and it was real or whatever. Either go all in or don't, though. Pyro half-assing it. Yeah, like, just pretend like all of it's real or pretend like none of it's real. And none of it is real. Be like, yeah, Kai and DDG actually had a fight and Kai was going to suspend DDG, but he gave DDG one more chance. And then DDG was, you know, sneaking students out, and then they went to a secret place and Kai had to hop in a police car to go find him. Now, I don't think any of that's real, but that's the thing that happened. Like,
TikToker cooking with Kaya, and she was accused of cheating. That was after being spotted with another man. And then her boyfriend came out publicly criticizing her.
I don't want to be publicly embarrassed. She wasn't fucking with shit. I don't want to be publicly disrespected, right? And I don't want her to let
why is everybody a streamer, bro? I know it's Streamer University, but like, this happened with the DDG stuff too. Like, DDG's brother or sister or cousin, sibling, aunt, uncle, nephew, DDG's family would be like streaming together around the dinner table, talking about how DDG is innocent. And I'm just like, why is everybody a streamer nowadays? You know what I mean? What do you mean Kaya's streamer boyfriend, who wasn't at Streamer University, saw Cooking with Kaya, who is also a streamer, who went to Streamer University, who was allegedly cheating on her streamer boyfriend with another streamer at Streamer University? Like, what are we talking about? What are we talking about?
no nigga slide that's trying to get on there. A lot of people knew. I got a lot of supporters, bro. Everybody that knew me knew that we was together. So I was getting embarrassed the whole time, bro. Y'all should have seen my Discord game.
And then she basically responded by saying, how can I
should have seen my Discord?
Cheat on someone that I'm not with?
How can you cheat with somebody you're not with? And what did I do? Like, I'm okay. I'm great. I'm having fun.
Which, in my opinion, is a completely unbreakable defense. There's also a clip as well of Kai greeting all the people that tried to sneak out, and I don't think I've ever seen a more petrified group of people.
Welcome back. Welcome back. DDG, cooking with Kaya. Cooking with Kaya. Welcome back.
Like, they have cameras, bro. He's trying to act like, man, the students were super scared when they came to see Principal Kai welcoming them back. It's okay. I can't keep doing this whole thing like it's a bit or it's not a bit.
Welcome back. Welcome back. Oh, fuck you. Welcome back. Welcome.
Now, during the awards ceremony, which was basically a final send-off to everyone involved, there was a special message from Drake, who is, you know, just very clearly phoning it in. He got paid like 50 grand for this, for a short little script he had to read.
Let's go ahead and see who it's from real quick.
Good evening. Year one is officially in the books. To be able to organize this incredible academia event, gather you all together in one place is something that has never been done before. It's an extraordinary
Notice how he hasn't
feat,
mentioned
and
Dante,
I want
which would be his peer.
you all to show the most love that you possibly can for your dean, the one and only Kaisama.
But you know what? To be fair, respect to him. Money's probably been tough after the Kendrick beef and Metro's booming track. I'm never going to be able to live that one down, am I? And also as well, during the ceremony, Kai actually went back to a previous crash out he had, saying that there will never be another streamer university again.
Whoa. What is with these buzzwords, Pyrocynical?
Leaving us with an indefinite maybe?
Keep thinking, I'm gonna do this shit again. I don't know. I know that's a big question, because behind the scenes, mentally, they're fucking me up. Behind the scenes, I'm trying to like, if I didn't make it stream, I'm gonna make that motherfucker tonight, because we still got one more night.
And he has actually secured the intellectual property for Streamer University and apparently denied a deal with Netflix, Amazon, and other platforms.
A lot of people have been talking about how this shit should be on Netflix, how this shit should be on, or Amazon Prime should buy this, Tubi should buy it. Somebody hire and they do it crazy. We already been getting talks with different people, but I want to go ahead and say this, bro. But an idea like this so original, you got to keep it where it's at. You want to know why? I want y'all to learn something, bro. Y'all channels and who y'all are as a person. This is y'all idea. This is your guys' stuff.
He's not wrong about that. I'll give him to him. He's correct.
Treat your platform as if you would treat other platforms.
But before all of that happened, the final night, Judgment Day. The problem is, a lot of streamers became self-aware on that night because they realized, okay, wait, tomorrow's the final day. They can't kick us out on the final day. So we can be as deranged and degenerate as we want and clip farm as much as we want, and there'll basically be no recourse for it. So they had absolutely nothing to lose in terms of clip farming. And from looking at the clips, it looks like Streamer University basically turned into a PG-13 version of The Purge. Like genuinely, like this looks like a lawsuit that's waiting to happen. Someone distributed like Orbeez guns around the school. If you know what Orbeez are, I mean, come on. Have you not seen like a Mr. Beast video? Have you not seen like a Morgs video? They were huge back then. But basically they're these small polymer balls that are filled with like kind of like liquid or a gel. They're very small, but if they're traveling very fast, they could hurt. Basically, it's like a BB gun for children. You know, guns are for adults, BB guns are for kids, and then Orbeez guns are like for TikTokers. And this, of course, led to an absolute war zone breaking out. There was a huge fight between the different floor gangs, and as you can imagine, some people actually got hurt. Like, not funny hurt, but hurt. At one point, even shooting a girl in the eye, and she had to end up in hospital. I would like to note as well in this clip, again, the Go Agent
He's
Zero...
really burying the lead there. Jeez Louise. I feel like I say fly, but I can't tell if that's in the video or if that's in my room. Oh, no, it's in here. Gosh darn it.
Zero comes out basically trying to look for this girl. In this clip, again, the Go Agent 00 comes out basically trying to look for this girl and make sure that she's okay.
You okay? What is it, water?
No, somebody shot me in the eye. BB gun.
Okay, let's get you downstairs. Let's get you downstairs. Let's hit the stairs. Hey, what are you feeling like?
It just really watery.
Okay, just so you know, your eyes don't look crazy. They're a little red, but they don't look crazy. Okay?
You know, I'm gonna say, like, he is the unsung hero of this entire Streamer University. A lot of people are saying that she's actually suing Kai for the incident, but I can't actually find a credible source on that. But props to Kai as well for actually going to the hospital and checking on how she was doing.
If you're on campus, bro, everybody clean, because somebody got hurt. So now I'm on my way to the hospital, and all I'm asking for y'all
is to clean. Because everybody just, y'all not being considerate.
With all that said and done, I'd like to end the stream at university on a positive note. There have actually been some heartwarming clips. For instance, there was a streamer called Tylil and actually gave some words of encouragement and prayed for a student who only had 6 viewers while at university.
Thank you so much, Father God, for the blessing for the blessing that we can see and the ones we can't see. I love you so much. In Jesus' name we pray, amen. You like that? I love that, boy. W's in the chat. He got 6 views, man. 6. Listen.
And then after someone called another streamer, I believe his name was Kayawus. I'm probably Metro's booming that word, but anyway. She was actually met with a lot of love and support from other students and India Love, one of the professors.
First and foremost, I want to apologize for whoever made you feel away.
Why are you apologizing?
Because that's not okay, and it's not like it's not okay.
That's not on you though.
It doesn't matter if it's on me. I don't like. I'm a girl's girl, and that's for anybody to make you feel that way.
We actually saw throughout the streamer university a lot of love from the bigger streamers.
Yeah, that is weird how he did skip. Maybe he talked about that in the last video. He might have talked about that in the last video. Of you know, so maybe, but like it is kind of weird to be like, yeah, like this one of the professors was just showing love to a streamer. We're not gonna talk about the situation about why she said it's not okay for people to treat you that way. You know, I'm not gonna cover that. But like, you know, she was just showing love. It's pretty wholesome.
Handed down to the smaller ones as well. For instance, Tylil actually went around and interacted with every streamer, no matter what their size was.
What up, bro?
What's the word?
What's it going? My chat's spamming you.
Yeah.
And Ray, who I spoke about earlier, was basically just letting small creators shout themselves out on his stream during the last day.
On your yeah. Preacher, please. Preacherquis. I love y'all, hood preacher.
Bro, shout me out, bro. Hey, shout me out. I'm the coach, King of Fitness. I coach Kai on Twitch. Follow me, yo. If you want some fitness tips, want to lose weight, want to gain weight, I got you.
So you know what?
There was a lot of people here that I just did not see.
Maybe it's not all that bad. Maybe there were some positive stories from the streamer university. Overall, that's it. It's concluded, and it's been actually really entertaining to see how it's been playing out. I mean, to be fair, the fact that everyone is still alive, that is a testament, because if you're locking 100 streamers in a building and they are absolutely just trying to content farm anything they can, it is a miracle that everyone survived.
That was gonna last like multiple weeks, not a week. No, they could not have done multiple weeks. Get click through each stream because low bit rates. Just trying to watch. I don't know. I think it's a interesting idea. I think that we always like to say that would you go? And I talked about this previously, and that like I don't know. It seems like a lot. And I feel like, honestly, I feel like I'm aging out a little bit. I feel like I'm aging out a little bit. Like I graduated from college.
No, that's
a year ago. Do I really want to go back so soon?
It's the same one?
No, that's
Click that one.
You know what? Yo! Fuck what the dean gotta say. Oh, shit. Fuck what the dean gotta say. Nigga, we lit in there, bitch. We got the tunes playing. Where the nigga at? The nigga ain't even here, nigga. What? Turn that shit up, nigga. Turn that shit up, nigga. Oh, you mad, nigga? Oh, you mad, nigga? I just got my bag, nigga. What?
I would not even talk like that. I have so much respect for you. Like, I have so much respect for you. Like, why the fuck would
Have
I?
a good night. Be prepared for tomorrow. You have a good night. Check your emails, check your phones. How you doing, Cindy? I'm doing very well, thank you.
Oh well. Yeah, it was a good idea. I think that, you know, there's some learning and growing pains. Which guy was cool and not an abuser defender because he makes me laugh. I'll be real, chat. Like, Kai is no different than your faves in that regard. I think Kai gets a lot more hate partially due to the way he's perceived on the internet, but he's not like different than like other streamers, right? Streamer, you're my fave. I don't believe you. But you know what I mean? Like the thin purple line is not unique to Kai. It's for pretty much every large streamer. They will avoid calling out and causing trouble and making problems because it's easier to just not. You know? Jesse Crew, thank you for the 3-month resubscription with Prime. Much appreciated. But yeah, that's I agree. Kai gets a lot of extra hate for no reason. That's not for no reason. I think partially it's due to him being larger and being black. Right? I mean, like, you know, there's people in Hassan's chat, like the progressive community, that tries to act like I remember this conversation being a thing that like black people are like more homophobic than other communities. Like black people are uniquely homophobic. That's just not the case. You feel me? It's like that. So I think part of it is due to, you see him tell off the Yates supporter. We did see the clip, yes. Yeah, should I be wilding with those takes? Yeah, it's just, you know. I think that's part of it. Not saying that Kai is perfect or whatever. But like, Kai gets chastised for doing things similar to like other streamers do as well. He just has a lot more visibility because he's the biggest, and so he just yeah, it's just, you just see it more. They act like the West is an insanely homophobic too. Yeah, Kai's under a microscope at all times. Yeah, that's my I don't know, all homophobes equally. W. Cooling chat whenever I was talks on black politics. I don't even look. Actually, you know what? I do chat, but I only say 8% Hasbuff. That's the only thing I say when Hassan talks about black politics. I've seen most people talking about Agent's Class. Was Agent's Class really that good? Maybe we'll take a look at it tomorrow. Agent's Class was that good? No, why not? Let's take a look at it. Honestly, Agent might be my favorite character from this entire situation. And so if I were to go, I would go for this class specifically. Not DDG. Come on. I think DDG had some content moments. But I think it's more useful for the streamers who are there and for the audience to take your class seriously and give a class actually that's impactful, as opposed to like just fiending for content moments. Like DDG was fiending for content moments, fighting his students, sticking his students out the party, things of that nature. Like he was doing it for the clips. Not saying that that's bad necessarily, because it's streaming, but I think that he's doing it for the clips. Agent actually giving good advice, I think it's cool. I haven't seen any classes, by the way. So you'd be like, what about Emily? What about Dante? I haven't seen anything, chat. Everything I've seen about Streamer University, I saw on this stream. So
Come on in, man. Come on in. Thank you for making it. Thank you for making it. Professor Agent. Professor Agent.
So sorry.
Professor Agent.
Nice to meet you.
It's Professor Agent.
Nice to meet you.
Yep. Oh wow. Yep. It's gonna be packed.
Oh, yeah, nice to see you. Oh, the elevator works too. Nice to see you guys again. Professor Agent. How do you expect to see this?
You're right. You're right.
Yeah. You're serious about learning, right?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I want to hear.
I'm ready to learn.
Because you're not bullshit.
No, I'm not bullshit.
I'm about to say, because it's a generous, small leprechaun that paid for everybody's tuition, bro.
Yeah, no,
you don't want to bullshit, bro. You don't want to bullshit.
I ain't even have financial aid. You know, Donald Trump, they canceled that.
They did?
Yes.
Oh, shit. Damn.
So Kai's my only hope.
Okay, well, hey, we got to get this class started. Just tee up, man. Welcome to Pocket Watching 101. Today, we're learning how to watch pockets, man. It's pretty simple. By the end of this class, you should be able to look at the person beside you and have an exact estimate on how much money they make as a content creator. It's not hard. All the information is publicly accessible. You just need the framework. So we're gonna do some exercises to help you guys get right so that everybody can become a professional pocket watcher. Okay? I'm gonna give you an example of a rough month I had where I lost a lot of money and then a good month I had where I made a lot of money. Just to give you an idea of what my pockets look like so you could better watch other people's pockets.
Okay.
Okay? Only reason I'm really showing this is because, like, as you make more money, there's some people that actually just pocket the difference, but I'm a content creator. I've been a content creator since I was 12. I like to be able to do cool shit. So you don't get a chance to do that unless you start generating real revenue. In the months where I generate more revenue, I do cooler shit. In the months where it's a little bit slower, I have to slow it down. It's a business at the end of the day. You can't run out of money, otherwise you have to sell your house. If there's a company I like, I DM them. I DM'd Cinnabon 4 days ago. I DM'd Popeyes last month. I did a deal with them last week.
I'm not even joking, chat. I'm not even joking. I am taking notes. I do not do this. Maybe I should. Right? Companies email me and I haven't responded. There's a company that emailed me like 2 weeks ago to do a sponsorship, just did not respond. It's not Kick. It is an actual legitimate company that I actually wanted to work with. They emailed me, I responded back. They connected me with somebody else. They emailed me, I didn't respond. So, maybe I am the problem. I'll acknowledge I may be the problem. Teddy Fresh, sorry.
So I just reach out. So this was a rough month for me, January, in terms of revenue. Chat, you know this. We had the weight loss marathon this month. It was expensive, bro. The house rental alone was $80,000. It was another $80,000 on top of the rest of the expenses just for that marathon. I had to lose 25 pounds in 10 days. I gained all the weight back. But it was great content, though. It was fantastic content, and that's all that mattered.
Right? We haven't gotten to Oniongate yet. We're gonna hold on to your thoughts. I don't even know what it's about. I saw it on Twitter. Hold on to your thoughts.
The rest of the expenses during the month. The different segments that you do. Anytime you need to rent something, buy something, move something, transport something, flights you're booking for people, the team that you have, the payroll. It's a business, bro, so there's gonna be a lot of expenses, and it tallied up to $350,000, my nigga. It's a lot, bro.
Was any of that a write-off?
All of it is write-off.
That is a good question. I would not say all of it's a write-off. That's how you get the IRS coming after you. I will say, and this is my advice, never say all of it's a write-off. You say there are certain business expenses dependent on the tax code and depending on how you've set up your business and corporation that you could potentially write certain things off, right? I would stay away from blanket statements about everything being a write-off, personally, especially on a live stream. That's how you get the IRS to come after you. IRS don't even cover all the expenses.
Business expenses write-off. This whole thing,
Okay.
yeah. My personal expense is not in this because that would be personal revenue split. It's
Okay. That's fair. That's fair. Okay. That's fair. Thank you. Okay, cool.
To spend money on idea, even if you think it's not gonna make money. The reason why this was such a loser for us in terms of profit was because January has notoriously bad ads. And
True.
We didn't anticipate it was gonna be that bad. If we do this in December, the weight loss marathon would have been very profitable. Companies don't pay for a lot of ads in the quarter one, January, February, March. So what you want to do is, so it's like you're still going to make content. You're not going to not make content in those months. But I didn't realize how big of a difference it was going to be. And at the time, I think some niggas pull ads from Twitch. It was just a bad time for ads. And so I lost maybe like $100,000 on that. And I wasn't able to make the money back in the rest of the month, which is okay because I was happy with the content, though. That's what I'm saying. That's the whole point of today's lesson is like, yo, whoa, it's cool to lose money as long as you're happy with the content, because there's going to be other ideas you have that make money that's not that high lift, that's not that high production. This is what the revenue looked like for January on Twitch. You could tell it's a marathon because I had 300-hour stream. I really want y'all to focus in on this, though. This is why I'm saying ads are really underrated. Do you see this purple section here? Those are ads. If I remove the ads, my budget is eviscerated. So I'm saying it's underrated because it's the main way I get to do cool stuff. It also helps convert subscribers because niggas want to subscribe if there's lots of ads, but I wouldn't recommend that because the main priority for small streamers is discovery. As you grow, I would recommend it more and more. But I really, truly believe it, bro. Like without ads, and you can.
He has some sauce, chat. He's not wrong. He's not, yeah, like, he's not incorrect. Agent had ads running every 5 minutes yesterday, and when you were at that size, you can do that, right? As a smaller streamer, like I couldn't do that. I couldn't run ads it's not 5 minutes, it's 8 minutes, right? The lowest you can go down is running ads every 8 minutes, 30 seconds every 8 minutes. I couldn't do that because people would just click off my stream and watch somebody else. But if people are coming to your stream because of your personality, because of your audience size, because of who you are, like Agent, Kai, Tassan, even Asmold, right? They're going to watch these streamers because they are these streamers. They can justify running a lot of ads, right? Because people will sit through the ads just to get back to their content, right? Ads every 8 minutes is insane. I mean, you're gonna watch it. Well, you might not watch it, but the audience is going to watch it. You feel me?
Hold it up on purpose. Like on an average day,
like
January.
My ads don't look like this, by the way. It looks roughly similar to this, right? It doesn't look like this at all. It is about, and I've been transparent about this as well. Jeez Louise. 30% of my revenue comes from ads. 30% comes from gifted subs. 30% comes from individual subscriptions. My Twitch revenue. Right? So if I make $30,000 in a year on Twitch, 10,000 of those dollars come from ads. Do you make any money if you have Twitch Turbo? Yes. The yellow bar you see here is Twitch Turbo. So Twitch basically pays or subsidizes the streamer's revenue for the ads that a user would miss from Twitch Turbo. So for Agent, it's mostly ads then. For most streamers above the size of like 1,000 concurrent viewers, it's mostly ads, right? For some reason, in our space, like in politics, subscribers are so much higher than average. Like I have 1K subscribers, roughly right now. I'm not averaging 1K viewers. That's not normal, right? For politics on Twitch, maybe because it's such a parasocial category, I have a lot more. We have a lot more subscribers than we have ads. But for everybody everywhere else, it's the inverse, right? It's the inverse. They have a lot more ads than they do subscribers. There are people who have like 3,000 concurrent viewers who have 500 subscribers because they make a lot of money off of ads. Because the higher your viewership number ratio is, the more money you make. You know what I mean? I heard a good explanation for why, for that, which is people are more personally invested in the subject, so we are more parasocial. Possibly. We're willing to toss a sub to a poly streamer than pay for some news site, to be honest.
This is a marathon, so I was live the whole day. Keep in mind, there's ads playing the entire day, $4,000. And that's a bad day. Because if this was done in December, that's gonna be $20,000, $25,000. In
That's
the months
insane.
where
He's not wrong. Yeah, it's insane.
you are buying more, advertisers are spending more. Black Fridays, Thanksgivings, Christmases.
He's completely correct. He's completely correct.
Season hits hard, summertime, people going on vacation. So this was Twitch, and this is what YouTube looked like in a little bit more of an optimized month. And keep in mind, like, these are just clips from the stream, bro. So if we take a look, also I nailed it on brand deals. We had a lot of mega brand deals that month. And so the overall revenue was fantastic. Even though we spent $500,000, we still made money. You get what I'm saying? So I spent $500, but I made $800. So that's a winner for us. You want
Bro, I don't even need that much money. Lord, I don't even need that much money. I don't. I don't even need that much money. I just want, if I can get to double where I am right now, where I can quit my job and be comfortable, that would make me happy. If I can get from making like 3 to 3.5 to 4 to making 6 to 8, that'd make me happy.
want to win more than you lose, because that's how you stay in business. But if you lose, it's not the end of the world. And I really want to say, like, now you have 282,000. What's your next big idea? You get what I'm saying? That's what money does. Like, what's your next big idea? Like, Streamer University, boom. Like, you guys all, I imagine, are creatives. Like, you have good ideas in your notes, in your textbooks, in your phone. Like, that's what helps make it happen. But it's not, but I also don't think you spend 100% of it on that, though. That's why Webull is sponsoring this right here. Because you should also invest it. Whatever avenue you choose to do it in. It could be real estate, it could be investing in stocks, it could be in whatever you feel comfortable in. Get informed. If you need a great trading platform, Webull is your platform. So this is the pocket watching cheat sheet. I'm about to hand it out to y'all, okay? This is gonna give you a nice average. What I want y'all to take from this is I'm giving you a few instances of what you can get on the lower end of brand deals, higher end of brand deals. Lower end of ads, higher end of ads. Lower end of monthly views on YouTube, higher end of monthly views on YouTube. The reason why I'm giving a range is because if you're in tech and finance on YouTube, you're at the peak. You get hella bread. You might make $15,000 from 1 million views. If you do pranks and IRLs, the chances are you're probably in the mid-range, 3,000 to 5,000. It's a huge behemoth of a difference. There's no way to just snipe it. You just have to account for the variables. Damn, I haven't looked at chat all stream. I could be getting cooked. Am I getting cooked?
Never know. The side with Hotline Bling playing in the background.
Oh, what chat saying?
Yeah.
They're just freaking out at how much money you made and how much money you spent.
I know. I tell y'all niggas think I'm Mr. Beast, but I did that trying to put as much back into it as I can. Every once in a while, I get myself fried. You know?
Michigan University had learning.
Depends on RPM, you're right, but the RPM is the range. That's what I'm talking about. You know, finance niggas get a higher one, prank niggas get a lower one. So I want y'all to take a look at this cheat sheet. What you need to understand about pocket watching.
Also, what I appreciate about this class and about Agent here is that he's not just saying, oh, just find out what's popular and do that. He's saying, if you're in this niche, you can expect to be making a little bit more money or a little bit less money, right? He's not saying, change your niche, do something else, do what's popular to make the most money. He's saying, you are creative, you're getting into this because you want to do stuff, you want to be creative, do that, but be aware that you may make a little bit less money than if somebody doing this as well, right? And this is something that's missing from other, like, you know, how to be a streamer classes or whatever, or how to make money as a streamer. They're not teaching you, this is what your platform is, here's how you monetize it. They're saying, do something else. What you're doing, don't do that. Do AI stuff, you know? AI automate Family Guy clip videos on TikTok and make a bunch of money like that, right? And I hate stuff like that. That's why I appreciate what Agent's doing here. You know what I mean? Someone's watching this and he actually messaged me and said Agent's class during Andrew's class to say that he was actually giving helpful advice. Yeah, it's very good. This is why this is more important than just a Netflix or Amazon show. I think that's why Kai is keeping it. Gotta watch the second class because he goes into streaming and being a YouTuber too. Yeah, we'll do it. I have no problem watching all these classes.
Is that it's all variable. You'll make, hold on, quiet down. You'll make more money in September than you will in February. It's true. So but that has to be accounted. Maybe you had a peak month. You can't say a nigga makes that every month. Maybe you had a bad month. You can't say a nigga makes that every month. It's impossible. So you have to account for all the variables. There's a lot. What ad rate they run, right? Even the length of their YouTube videos, because you could fit more ads in a longer YouTube video. That's why a lot of people run them VOD channels, because it's an 8-hour video, bro. You could span that bitch with ads. Like, there's so many variables that this should give you a baseline. If you see a nigga with 2,000.
I'm checking my ad payments. Revenue. I'm making $0, bro. I'm making no money. We'll see for the last 90 days. Okay, maybe not no money. But on ads, basically no money, essentially. I do get 0 views though, so that's not crazy. Yeah, it's not even close. My RPM sucks. That's probably has to do something with it. It's really bad.
Live viewers, and you looking at his streaming like he's probably running about half ads. You see a nigga with 2,000 live viewers, and you looking at his streaming like he's probably running about half ads. You can calculate them, watch for an hour, see how much ads he's running. You can find out exactly how much that nigga makes. All right, man, now it's y'all turn to try, right? Let's give it a shot before I do it myself. Get in groups of 2, pocket watch. So all of that to say, it's just a formula.
Just switching and making
you
videos
have the
like
cheat
AI.
sheet. Just pace it. If there's
Get
2,000 concurrent viewers,
infrequent content, full streams aren't full streams worth going back to.
There's the metric is there for 1,000.
No, even like on like live, not even just VOD, but even like live broadcast ads are not great. You know what I mean?
Scale it up.
Does it never get paid a different CPM?
Do a little bit of quick math, man.
Depends.
I think there's a lot of money in content. Yeah.
I just pocket watched Talib, and I'll tell you guys how.
Tell me how much you made.
So Talib has a secret TikTok account that nobody knows. So that TikTok account, Talib posts 6 times a day.
Damn. 1 minute long?
He makes from that in a month he makes $134,400 in 1 month off TikTok. So he has Snapchat. He posts 23 times a day because he likes LeBron. So when he goes to Twitter, he makes $35,000 a month. And then from Twitch, I didn't make $240K a month.
I love that initiative. Let's clap it up for him.
$40K a month?
No cap though. Deadass. That's how easy it is. Like you kind of have a. A lot of what I do.
Wait,
is
he
based on,
gave
like, what I'm
worksheets
hearing,
out?
Even what I'm making.
Okay, that's crazy.
I can base it off of that. But you have the knowledge now. Like you can pocket watch whoever you want to. I also want to say like, there's a lot of money in content now, and that's a lot of the reason why people are getting into content. Those are frauds, okay? A lot of you people here, the reason why you got here is because you genuinely enjoy creating content, that you're a creative, and that you want to see your ideas become reality. And so don't lose sight of the creative aspect because you're too busy chasing money, but don't lose sight of the money because you're too busy trying to be creative. At the end of the day, it's hand in hand. Your ability to do both is your ability to operate and execute. Most dudes, before we head out, first thing you got to do is bet on yourself. If you're afraid to do the idea because you think it might backfire, you don't believe in yourself. That doesn't mean take dumb risks. All right? Some of my risks, as I showed you, did not pay off financially, but it paid off for me. It fulfilled me as a content creator. So once you start to generate more, work with that. Work with that. That's your operating budget. Now you have an opportunity to cook a little bit more. Help grow your stream. I think consistency is important. In my 3rd class on Sunday, I'm gonna get more into strategy on how to grow as a streamer and stuff I learned and stuff like that. And I also want it to be cooperative. Like if there's things other people learn, we're gonna share it as a class so we all learn. But for today, I'm really just focused on the pocket watching aspect. Bet on yourself, bro. If you don't believe
I'm not even joking. Like I would watch Agent like actually give this class. Like I'm engaged. Like I'm like, okay. Like he might have found this like calling. If everyone wants to like quit streaming and actually go and be a teacher, like yeah, he cooked.
Who the will? Hey, the purpose of this talk was I kind of wanted it to be funny, like packaging wise, pocket watching. But I hope you at least learned like one thing that can help you make a little bit more money, bro. Dead ass. I hope you did. Appreciate y'all, man.
This is a talk, not a class, though. No, it's a class. It's a class. Okay, now I need to know more. Yeah, it's lecture. Oh, he only has his first class and his last class. I didn't realize there's actual curriculum going on. I thought there was going to be some just scam. This is pretty good. I mean, it's not a scam because like, even if there were 0 classes in a class, you can ask the teacher a lot and communicate with them. I mean, they did that though. What do you mean, Cheddar? People were asking questions, and also this is a 10-minute cutout of like the entire class itself. I'm sure that people asked questions. I'm sure that people were talking back and forth. Like we saw someone in this small snippet. Somebody raised their hand and asked the question. I said I haven't kept up with this. We literally just watched the video. What are you talking about? You can't sit here and be like, this is a talk, not a class. Let me try emailing him, not just raise a hand. What are we talking about? It's a lecture. You never had a guest lecturer? You never had somebody be a guest lecturer at if you went to university? You can't try emailing that guest lecturer. That guy's gone forever. He's a famous professor at like freaking Harvard. That's what I meant with talk. Is you can't just you can't pull the ESL card when you are criticizing my language. You can't criticize my language and then when I push back, you're like, I'm ESL, I'm sorry. When I said this is a class, you're like, no, it's not a class, it's a lecture. I'm just like, or it's a talk, and I'm like, no, it's a lecture. He's like, that's what I meant, I'm ESL. Like, what are we talking about? Jeez Louise. You know what, we'll save some of the agent stuff for tomorrow. I do want to get to Oniongate. So what happened? Why are people yelling at the Fear and people?
Do you think you're...
Okay, do I just start with Swift got into the onions? It's so long. I don't even know who Swift is. Okay, my context is I have no idea what any of this beef is. I have no idea what the drama is. I just saw people say there's drama with Fear In. I'm like, I'm invested. Cutie's dog? I didn't know Cutie had a dog. Anyways, continue.
I'm not cutting that.
No, there's nothing wrong. There's literally nothing wrong with what I said.
Yeah. All right.
Is there so many layers? I see what you did there. I see what you did there.
Anyway, so I was ready. I had my Kilo outfit. I had this little suit dress. It was awesome.
Sure.
And I'm walking out, walking, doing my checks because I have OCD. So I got to check Coots, got to check Durs, got to check Swift in that order.
Right. So they don't die.
So they don't explode while I'm gone.
Exactly.
And,
Who's Durs?
And as I go to check Swift, I look on the ground and I see Mongolian beef from last night, which if you don't know what Mongolian beef is, it's just beef and onions. It was on the coffee table. It's flipped and it's now on the ground.
Okay.
And I say, huh? And I pick it up and it's empty. And I go, oh no. And I go to find Swift and sure enough, he's got sauce on his face.
No.
He's licking it.
So who did it?
So I think it was Coots.
Hold on. Wait.
No. onions are toxic to dogs.
God.
Okay. What?
If they could have like one or two of them, then I gotta kill them.
So Ludwig ate the beef out of the Mongolian beef.
Left all onions.
Majority onions.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah. So I'm panicking. So I'm like, oh shit. So I call Ludwig and I'm like, how many of the onions did you eat? He's like, I don't know. And he was like, I think all of them. And I was like, you didn't. Because I remember at one point looking over and being like, I should eat those onions. And then I forgot. And then they got left out. And now Swift ate them.
Ew, you were just gonna eat straight the onions?
Yeah, they're cooked.
They're good. They're good. They're good.
And
And they're
sauce,
sauteed. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's good shit.
It's hot girl shit.
Yeah, it is.
Grow
You
up.
wouldn't know anything about it.
Weird.
Yeah, idiot.
Yeah, you're on your ugly
Swift
bullshit.
Kitty's dog ate some onions and they argued for over an hour whether or not she overreacted because onions in specific quantities are toxic for dogs.
On your tiny YouTube.
Yeah.
Swift is eating
your tiny head.
Indiscriminate.
Yeah, so
indiscriminate amount of onions.
Swift is eating a takeout container of onions.
Yeah.
And so then
Thank you for removing the subject away from me.
we needed that.
And the beef is like, if Will and Hassan were dismissive of Cutie's claims of like caring about her dog, and who was in the right, in men being men, or was Cutie being overreacting?
Inserting yourself.
So I go to I get him in the car, we go to the emergency vet, right? I'm in the lobby, I'm like,
Yep.
my dog ate onions.
Mhm.
It's empty. There's like no one there.
Sure.
So they're like, oh, no big deal. They get his weight, they get his whatever, I check
Yeah,
in.
were they like, it's not that bad.
I'm in
Okay, I need to, before we do anything, I need to establish, are dogs allowed to eat onions? No, dogs should not eat onions. They are toxic. Okay, probably we should use the AI. All parts of the onion plant are toxic to dogs, including the flesh, leaves, juice, and processed powders, whether cooked or raw, fried powders, which includes shallots, leeks, chives, and garlic, are harmful to dogs. Well, dogs should not have onions, so that makes sense to me. Onion powder, surprisingly wide amount of foods from soup to baby food, only takes 100 milligrams of onion, about the size of a medium onion, per 20 kilograms of dog's weight to cause toxic effects, which means a 45-pound dog will need to eat one medium to large onion to experience dangerous toxic levels. I don't know. I'm kind of side with Cutie so far from what I know.
I'm in the waiting room.
Yeah.
And then the vet tech comes out and she's like, hey, I talked to the doctor, and the doctor said for his size,
Yep.
he could eat 3 cups of onions and he'd be fine. And I was like, ah,
Yeah, that's what I.
then we're fine.
That's what I thought.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm like, oh,
Yeah.
thanks. And I was like, so what do I owe you guys? And she's like, you're fine. We don't need to take you back. Like,
Great.
the doctor said it's 3 cups. You're cool. I'm like, okay. And she's like, you can call poison
What if there was 3 cups of onions though? You don't know.
control and they'll tell you what symptoms to look for.
Okay.
And then just like, chill
Onion-related
out.
symptoms.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
I'm like, awesome,
Perfect.
So I get in the car. You call pet poison control specifically.
Okay.
It's a 45-minute wait. So imagine like your pet's actually
45
poisoned.
minutes?
Yeah. Isn't that crazy?
Oh my
It
God.
costs $100.
Well,
It's not bad.
didn't they just tell you your dog's okay?
They said to like look out for
To
symptoms.
call poison.
Okay. I will say, going to the vet and then going home and then calling poison control after going to the vet is that's pretty interesting.
Control.
Yeah, but-
Okay.
Wait,
Pet poison control.
wait, why didn't you just Google it?
I don't
Hold
know
on,
because
hold
I'm a hypochondriac. I can't Google. I'll decide I have onion
She's
poisoning.
following the instructions of the doctor.
Yeah, the doctor.
That's,
So you
that's what-
waited for
That was a sound bite, to
45
be honest, but
minutes
it all got out of hand.
and
Well, the
paid
doctor-
$100 for something that you could have Googled in approximately 35 seconds.
Come on,
I think I would react similarly to Cutie if it was happening to my dog, minus the part of calling poison control after going to the vet. Yeah, that's the I was on Cutie's side until like going to the calling poison control after going to the vet. That's a bit further than I would say. Right? Did she go to the vet or did she call the vet? No. She went to the vet. Right? I know the vet told her to call poison control. No, the vet said, when this happens in general, call poison control. Not, why would the vet tell her to call poison control after seeing the dog? That wouldn't make sense to me, unless I'm misunderstanding something. They're the veterinarian. But the vet didn't actually see the dog. Did I miss that? The tech did. Same difference. She went to the vet. Like she went to the vet office would know. What are we talking about? What are we talking about? We're getting ahead of the story. Okay, let's continue.
Weird.
It's just so strange. Like it's almost like he was there.
It's like
and
he's hoarding money.
Yeah, I just don't.
I will spend
understand.
$100 on the ASCPA.
No, it's just like a waste of time.
It's for
not
animals, Hassan.
You. I don't understand.
We're all on board.
I'm on your side.
I am not on
board. We're all on board.
Bring.
Yeah.
They finally pick up the phone after 45 minutes.
Absolutely.
And I say, hey, no biggie. I already went to the ER, but they said to get some symptoms from you. My dog ate some onions and blah, blah, blah. And she goes, let me put you on hold and talk to the doctor. I said, great. I'm like, oh
my God, I know.
seriously, like what the heck?
Up. You got
and
a
she
life
gets
to
back
live.
and she said, I don't know what ER you went to, but a dog your side could only have a 4th cup of onions. And I go, uh-oh.
Okay.
But the
Oh,
vet
you might
saw
still
your-
be good.
What was a lot of onions?
I don't
Wait,
think
but
it's
the
more than a
vet
fourth
saw
cup.
your dog.
Yeah.
The vet didn't come out of the office.
Okay, the vet tech is
You would say that.
equipped.
You would, yeah. You would
Well,
think
you
that.
would think, but poison
But
control said
they're the
otherwise, and they are the poison
No,
expert.
the vet tech
Hold
is
on.
more of an
Hold
expert.
on. Oh,
I'm gonna be
Son.
honest. I would be more worried about the sugar in the Mongolian.
I'm aligning a little bit with Hassan here on this. Right? I would assume when given an option between the veterinarian office, tech, actual vet or whatever, and the poison control, I would be inclined to trust the office of the vet as opposed to poison control in general. I will say. He vindicated for calling the poison control. She got a bad diagnosis from the vet. That's fair. That's fair, right? This vet could suck, right? This vet could suck. I do agree with you, right? But for a general basis, but you're wrong on this. Vet techs are not even allowed to do anything but take notes at ER. I would assume that the vet tech had a conversation with the vet, right? Again, I don't know. I don't know this, right? I don't know this. I don't know any of this situation, right? I would assume that like the vet office, probably not, dude. You don't know, chatter. The entire point is that you don't know. This is why y'all are stupid. You're talking so confidently about shit you don't know. You don't know the intricacies of the situation and what conversations are had there. I'm talking about very generally, from a general conversation, very generally, right? The vet office, right, in my opinion, would be more trustworthy than like the people on the poison control phone or whatever, right? Whether the vet tech talked to the vet, whether the vet saw the dog, whatever, that's not the part I'm talking about here. I'm talking about between the vet, the office of the vet, and poison control. I would trust the office of the vet more handedly than trusting poison control. Now, it's good to have both. You should have both, right? You should hear from the vet side and you should hear from the poison control side, and then make a conclusion based upon that. I think having a second opinion is good. Chatter, you're not fucking listening. Maybe take your fingers out of your fucking ears and listen for a second. I'm telling you, I'm not talking about this specific fucking incident. I'm talking about in general. Do I have to say it again? Do I have to speak slowly for you? In general, I would trust the vet office as opposed to the poison control phone people. Maybe if you would listen for a second, I wouldn't have to repeat myself because you're fucking stupid. Jeez Louise. You're still not fucking listening. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. You're still not listening. You are still not listening. You are still not listening. You're still not listening. You are still not listening. You're not listening. You're not listening. Stop talking. Stop typing. Stop typing. Stop typing. Stop typing. Stop typing. Stop typing. Just stop. Just stop. You're making a fool of yourself. Making yourself look stupid. Stop typing. Stop. Stop typing. Just stop typing. Stop. You are not listening to a single word that I'm saying. To a single word that I'm saying. I literally just addressed what you said. Literally just did it. And I reiterated myself from the beginning. I am not talking about this specific instance. I agree that in general, of course, the vet would know better about animals. That's literally all I'm saying. Literally all I'm saying. I'm saying in general, I would be more open to trust the vet as opposed to poison control about what is good and bad for a dog. That's literally all I'm saying. That's it. Whether or not the vet tech saw the dog and then told the vet and the vet actually saw the dog or didn't see the dog, or what communication the vet tech had with the veteran office in general, or if the vet tech was the person who made the call that your dog should be fine or whatever, and they were wrong or they were lying. I'm not talking about that. That's literally not the conversation that I'm having currently, right now. I'm saying that in general, the animal poison control line actually has more insight than a vet. I don't necessarily agree. I don't agree. If you bring your dog to the office of a vet, I would think that office would have more information about how to deal with your dog than like the poison control on the phones. You know what I mean? Because they have your dog in front of you. They can see your dog. They can monitor your dog's symptoms. Like, poison control has access to text, but do you have years of experience and personalized experience and advice for your specific pet? That's my point. Also, call center types, people are literally trained to assume the worst. Because I think pet poison control is more specialized for if your dog is poisoned. Again, they can't see your dog. Right? At best case scenario, they can tell you things about your dog and what to look for, but it's still on you to then decipher and decide about that, right? I think if you have a pet, you should go to the vet. You should go to the vet. You should not abide by or listen to or just call poison control and then, do whatever. You know what I mean? You should take your pet to the vet so that the vet can see what's happening here. But the vet didn't see the dog? I don't know. I didn't get to that part yet because chat's being fucking dumb. We haven't gotten to the intricacies of what happened at the vet. I'm just speaking from watching this for 5 minutes, less than 5 minutes, right? He just said it. I mean, well, I'll go back. I got a very general overview, and I said from a very general perspective, I would most likely trust the office of the vet, right? Your veterinarian, as opposed to the poison control. Is it? Why didn't they just say that she should call them back instead of poison control? I don't know. I'm not sitting here writing for the vet office. I'm not sitting here saying, man, the vet did everything correct or totally right or whatever. Poison control is like the WebMD. A little bit in like application, but I think it's better than WebMD.
I live like a
right?
capitalist every single day, Shank. I live as a capitalist. Okay.
I'm just saying from a very general, very general perspective, right? Not saying that all vets are good unilaterally and they work and they're awesome, whatever. From a very general high level perspective, you should listen to what the vet is saying about your dog. And if you don't believe them, you should get a second opinion, right? But I would be more inclined to trust what the vet is saying as opposed to people on a line in a call center who cannot, what's it called? Can't see my dog. That's it. Also, I love that chatter came back and it's still fucking stupid. It's still dumb. Like, again, you're having a separate conversation with yourself. You're arguing with yourself. I, again, am not talking about this specific instance. I'm talking about generally. Generally. In a very general instance. I'm not talking about this specific instance. I'm talking about, in general, people who can see, put hands on your dog, by and large, for the most part, will give you more accurate information than somebody on the call center who you have to then describe the scenario and describe the symptoms, and they describe things back to you over the phone. That's it. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. That's all. That's literally it. That is where my point has stopped. That's it. And this is the problem. Is that y'all are. This is the issue. This is the problem. I'm going to diagnose the entire issue with this entire situation. Is y'all are too fucking parasocial. That's it. You're too parasocial. This is a situation where you're getting too invested in something that doesn't fucking involve you and too emotionally tied to things that don't involve you. And now you're screaming on the internet about things that you have no idea about that don't involve you. That's it. That's it. It's my streamer's right, your streamer's wrong. And you don't want to actually listen to, I don't know, things about general concepts about, I don't know, what you should do if your pet is sick. It's just, no, Cutie's right. Cutie's actually right. And let me explain to you why Cutie is right, even though you're not talking about Cutie right now in this specific instance. That's it. That's it. Parasocial makes it hard to have a mean beef because they get too invested in like being like, no, you don't have all the instance. You don't have all the information. You don't understand. Jeez Louise.
$100.
We're gonna go back to when they called poison
Fine,
control.
we don't need to take you. I'm like, oh.
Yeah.
And I was like, ah. And the doctor said for his size.
Yep.
And then the vet tech comes out and she's like, hey,
Are they like, it's not that bad?
I'm in the waiting room.
Yeah.
And then the vet tech comes out and she's like, hey, I talked to the doctor, and the doctor said,
oh, so even then the chatter was fucking wrong. Stupid chatter. I told you that the vet tech could potentially go back and talk to the doctor, and you were like, oh, well, they didn't though. They didn't. The vet tech didn't go talk to the doctor. They didn't at all. It's literally the beginning of the story. The beginning of the story. I literally described this. I said the vet tech could go back and talk to the doctor and then be like, the doctor said this or whatever. And you're like, nope. Didn't happen. Didn't happen, actually. Didn't happen, actually.
for his
That
side.
the doctor got it wrong, though? Maybe. I don't know. I haven't gotten that far in the fucking story yet. Maybe if chat shuts up for a second and then we can continue in the story, I can be like, oh yeah, the vet was actually incorrect on this. But chat's so, and this is the problem, is that chat's so parasocial that they see me getting the information in real time and give me my take, and they have to sit there and be like, they can't even stew and like, oh well, he doesn't even know. Oh no, it's not that he doesn't know. He doesn't know. I know what he knows in the future. Right? I know what he doesn't know. He's gonna get to it and he's gonna be like, wow, man, chat, you were so right or whatever. They can't do that. They literally have to be like, no, you're wrong, right? At minute, at minute freaking 36 and 42 seconds, Cutie actually says this specific thing that contradicts your claim when you haven't gotten that far yet. Like, Jeez Louise.
Yep. He could eat 3 cups of onions and he'd be fine. And I was like, ah.
Yeah, that's what I.
Then we're fine.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, I'm like, oh.
Yeah.
Thanks. And I was like, so I don't.
You know what? Fucking, I will ban you. Fuck you and fuck off.
Like, you're fine. We don't need to take you back.
Fuck you, chatter.
The
Fuck
doctor
you.
said it's 3
Fuck
cups.
you.
You're cool. I'm like, okay. And she's like, you can call.
Fuck you. Leave. Goodbye. Adios. Adios. Goodbye. Jeez Louise, you're not important. You're not impactful. You're not relevant to the space. Goodbye. I don't want you here. You can leave. Goodbye. Adios. Jeez Louise. Jeez Louise. Y'all are annoying. Y'all are annoying. You are annoying people. You're annoying. So y'all need to learn to stop typing. It's impossible. It's impossible. Impossible. I'm going to come into your Twitch chat and I'm going to type either you ignore me or ban. Fuck you, leave. I will ban you. You're in my chat. Like, what are we talking about?
Poison control and they'll tell
Like,
you what
sometimes it's
symptoms-
okay to stop typing. Like, sometimes you don't have to say everything that comes to your mind. You just don't.
look for.
Okay.
And then just like,
Onion
chill
related
out.
symptoms.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm like,
I'm gonna pause again because I gotta get this out. Because like, I literally and this is what I was considering banning before. I literally explained to that chatter. Like, I don't even care if you disagree with me on this, right? The thing that pisses me off about this chatter is I explained to that chatter directly and responded to their message, and they said the same thing over, like, repeated it again. I literally responded directly to what he was saying, and while I was responding, he was still just chatting the same thing. Had no intention of actually hearing my perspective. And if you don't want to hear what I have to say, then fuck off. You don't have to be here. When they repeated it as you were done explaining it, I was like, oh Lord. It made no sense. It made no sense. It made no sense. I was literally explaining, I'm not talking about this situation. I'm talking about in general. They were like, well, have you considered this situation right here, actually?
awesome,
Perfect.
So I get in the car. You call pet poison control specifically.
Okay.
It's a 45-minute wait. So imagine like your pet's actually
45
poisoned.
minutes?
Yeah. Isn't that crazy?
Oh my
It
God.
costs $100.
But
Oh.
didn't they just tell you your dog's okay?
They said to like look out for
To
symptoms.
call poison control.
but
Okay.
Wait,
Pet poison control.
wait, why didn't you just Google it?
I don't know,
Hold
because
on.
I'm a hypochondriac. I can't Google. I'll decide I have onion
She's
poisoning.
following the instructions of the doctor.
Yeah, the doctor.
That's,
So you
that's what,
waited-
We're gonna go back again. I want to hear what the instruction of the doctor was. Because it could have been interpreted as go to your car and then call poison control immediately. I don't think that's what they were saying. I think they were saying watch for any symptoms, and if there are any symptoms being exhibited, then call poison control. Or like if it ever happened again, then call poison control. That's how I heard it when I heard it the first time. But I will I'll listen to it again.
I'm like, awesome, symptoms to look for.
Okay.
And you're cool. I'm like, okay. And she's like, you can call poison control and they'll tell you what symptoms to look for.
Okay.
And then just like,
Onion
chill
related
out.
symptoms.
Okay, no, I think it's fair. they said you can call poison control and they'll tell you what symptoms to look for. I think it's fair, right? I probably wouldn't if the vet was like, you know, you're good or whatever. But I think that's a fair thing for Kitty to do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm like, awesome, you know?
Perfect.
So I get in the car. You call pet poison control specifically.
Okay.
It's a 45-minute wait. So imagine like your pet's actually poisoned.
minutes?
Yeah. Isn't that crazy?
Oh my
It
God.
costs $100.
But
Oh.
didn't they just tell you your dog's okay?
They said to like look out for
To
symptoms.
call poison control. Okay.
Wait,
Pet poison control.
wait, why didn't you just Google it?
I don't know,
Hold
because
on.
I'm a hypochondriac. I can't Google. I'll decide I have onion
She's
poisoning.
following the instructions of the doctor.
Yeah, the doctor.
That's-
So you
that's what-
waited for 45 minutes and
Well, the
paid
doctor-
$100 for something that you could have Googled in approximately 35 seconds.
I think it's less about you could have Googled it, which I mean, sure, you can Google it as well. Like I would have Googled I did Google it. I said, is it okay for dogs to have onions or whatever, right? But I think the fair assumption at this moment in the story, right, again, I don't know what happens afterwards or whatever. From this moment in the story, I think it's fair to question, or to ask why question the vet. Right? Maybe it turns out that the vet was wrong or stupid or whatever. Sure, we haven't gotten that far yet. But I think that like that is a fair question from Hassan to ask. Like you just got told by the vet that the dog was fine. Why call poison control in the first place? Right? I think that's fair.
What is he doing?
It's just like weird.
It's just so strange. Like it's almost like he was there.
It's like
and
he's
you know-
hoarding money.
Yeah. I just
The
don't.
person's interpretation is the vet said it's fine now, but if it continues to be a concern, call poison control. But nothing wrong with her wanting to be extra sure. Yeah, that's my perspective. Yeah, that's how I interpreted it. But yeah,
Spend $100
Yeah.
on the ASCPA.
No, it's just like a waste of time.
It's for
not the-
animals, Hassan.
You. I don't understand.
We're all on board. We're
So-
all
I'm on your side.
I am not on
We're on
board.
board. We're all on board.
Ring.
Yeah.
They finally pick up the phone after
Sure.
45 minutes.
Absolutely.
And I say, hey, no.
also,
baby,
I will say, right? Everybody in chat talking about how like the vet failed or vet tech failed. Are we not going to talk about how animal poison control failed, taking 45 minutes to answer the phone? Like, from what I've seen, both sides of the coin here failed, right? If the vets were wrong and gave wrong information, they failed by giving wrong information. But then poison control also failed by taking 45 minutes to answer and giving also conflicting information to what the vet said. Because now the owner is like, well, what do I do now? What do I do? What do I, you know? One person told me 3 cups, my dog is fine, call poison control. One person told me, waited 45 minutes to answer and then told me like my dog is gonna die. You know what I mean? Like,
I already went to the ER, but they said to get some symptoms from you. My dog ate some onions and blah, blah, blah. And she goes, let me put you on hold and talk to the doctor. I said, great. I'm like, oh
my God, I know.
seriously, like,
worth noting that the Google results you showed gives you the same amount of poisonous onion as the one that poison control said. So I still think Google is the right answer. No, I disagree. I don't want to put the onus on pet owners to find that information themselves. You should be told the information. Right? People are dumb, chat. They could Google it and they could scroll down and go to the 7th page of Google to lazy dog restaurants and click that and see that they have onion dishes here. Like, oh, well, dogs and onions are totally fine. You know what I mean? Like, people are dumb. People are dumb. And so being told directly the information is important. Right? Like, from 4-Leaf Rover, the blog, Can Dogs Eat Onions? Right? And if you don't click it, it says, a small piece of onion shouldn't hurt your dog, but it doesn't take much to put your dog in peril or whatever. You're like, well, what's a small piece? How much is that? My dog only had a little bit, so that's totally fine. You know what I mean? Like, it's you should talk to somebody. I think going to the vet, by and large, 9 times out of 10, going to the vet is your best solution. Right? If your dog eats something wrong, if you can afford it, right? If you can afford going to the vet, I don't think you should call up poison control and be like, "Yo, my dog is ate some of this stuff," because they don't have your dog. They have to tell you the most general, basic information. They don't know how big your dog is, what your dog's dietary history is, right? What symptoms your dog is exhibiting. They have to rely on, again, the stupid owner to tell them that, to give them the information. You know what I mean? So you're not going to find anything on Google that will say onions are totally okay for dogs. Basically common knowledge for dog owners that onions are poisonous for dogs. Chat, you're not listening. Dog owners, like, people are stupid. People are dumb, right? You have to operate by the lowest common denominator in society. People are dumb. They're dumb. If they find a link that said, you know, a little bit of onions are okay, they'll take it like, yeah, okay, a little bit of onions are fine. These people are dumb, but not that dumb. You're wrong. You're just incorrect. Where do y'all get this confidence from? You're incorrect. People give their dogs toxic stuff all the time because they can take it because it's a little bit. People are dumb. And even if 99% of the world is not that dumb, but there's still 1% that is, you have to operate based upon that 1%. And calling poison control and talking to people, right, directly is important. I would say, number one, if you can afford it, go to the vet so your vet can make the conclusion. You go to the vet and you tell the vet exactly what happened, right? So they can come to the conclusion. Step number 2 is call poison control and tell them exactly what happened. They can't see the dog. They can't see what's going on, right? But they can try to assist you through that process based upon your description, right? But they don't have the dog in front of them, so it's a lot harder for them to come to a correct conclusion. And number 3, then Google it and find your own information. But people are stupid. If people are that dumb, I thought they'd be convinced by poison control is basically like anti-vaxxers. You're being dumb right now. You're being dumb. You are being dumb, right? People are ignorant. People are stupid. People do not have all of the information. They can be swayed by, you know, as I say here, this, and interpret this in a different way. The point is to make it so that the owner's interpretation cannot have final say. And if you bring your dog to a vet, no matter what the owner says about, like, yeah, no, dogs have a little bit of onions, the vet can make that conclusion and be like, no, you're wrong, you're incorrect. This is what we're gonna do, and we're gonna treat your dog that's currently, you know, having like stomach ulcers or whatever. You know what I mean? You never have to explain to your old family that milk is not good for cats. Easiest way to see how stupid people are can be based on cartoons. A little bit isn't a standard measurement. Yeah. The point is that when you are giving people advice for how to deal with situations like this, it has to be, because like the owner is not like being like, oh, I'm anti-vax, I'm not gonna listen to poison control or whatever. The owner sees their dog like convulsing, throwing up, you know, growling in pain or whatever, and things of that nature. And they're like, okay, how do I figure this out? The point of advice is so that when they go through that process, you give them things that are less likely to lead them astray, right? And Google is more likely to lead them astray than poison control is, right? And poison control, in my opinion, is more likely to lead them astray than the vet actually seeing and making the conclusion is. You want to give very little wiggle room in how they are caring for their pet, right? That's the point.
And
What the
pissing
heck?
me off. You got
And
a
she
life
gets
to
back
live.
and she said, I don't know what ER you went to, but a dog your side could only have a 4th cup of onions. And I go, uh-oh.
But
like in this situation, right? This is not like none of this is criticizing Cutie for her decisions here. Cutie didn't do anything incorrect here, right? In this situation, poison control could be correct. They could also be wrong. Like when you go to the vet could be correct, but it could also be wrong, right? Because again, there are issues and problems with both sides, right? You're relying on your description of how big your dog is, what breed your dog is, how much onions they ate or whatever, to kind of translate over the phone so that poison control can make that conclusion. And theoretically, right, going into a vet and the vet seeing your dog should solve that. Now the problem is that the vet that Cutie went to had the same barrier of communication because like the tech saw the dog, the tech went back and talked to the doctor and then came back with a conclusion, right? So there's still that break in communication there with the person who makes the decision about how much onion is okay for a dog to eat and you as the owner and your dog, right?
You might still be good.
What was a lot of onions?
I don't
Wait,
think
but
it's
the
more than a
vet
fourth
saw
cup.
your dog.
Yeah.
The vet didn't come out of the office.
Okay, the vet tech is
You would say
equipped.
that. You would, yeah. You would
Well,
think
you
that.
would think, but poison control said
they're the
otherwise, and they are the
experts.
poison
No,
expert.
the vet tech
Hold
is
on,
more of an
hold
expert.
on. Oh,
I'm gonna be
Hassan.
honest. I would be more worried about the sugar in the Mongolian beef
Just
sauce.
poison control is
beef-
more
yeah, that's fair.
likely to know about the dose of toxin would be dangerous. Yeah, but they can't see your dog. That's the only problem. They can't see your dog. And so you have to relay how big your dog is, what breed your dog is. And they have to kind of surmise in their imagination what your dog is and then make that conclusion based upon that. Right? Yeah, that's whatever the owner says. Exactly. And again, theoretically, the going to an in-person vet should jump over that hurdle. Great your dog, but yeah, it's same sort of the bringing your dog in person is supposed to get over that hurdle. But again, in the situation, the vet tech is doing the same thing as the phone is. The vet tech is the phone. So honestly, these situations are exactly the same, right? Now let me draw it out. And this is where the catch-22 happens. You had Cutie, and then you had either the vet or poison control, right? The issue is that there is no direct line of communication with either of these people. You know what I mean? That's the problem. This doesn't exist for either of these people, for the vet or the poison control. Here, there's a phone, right? And distance between Cutie and the poison control. And here, there's a vet tech in between Cutie and the vet. So there is a distinction, or there is a level of distance between Cutie and the person who makes the decision about how much onions is too much onions. There's usually a direct line of communication. Usually the vet is the one who calls poison control. The vet didn't seem to care too much. Yeah, and that's an issue. Cutie, vet tech, vet is a cleaner line of communication than Cutie, phone, PC. I would usually agree, right? But there again, this could be an issue. Like, by and large, general advice, I would hold on. Give me a second. Here, I would say that you should do this, right? You should go to the vet and deal with this line of communication because it should be better, right? But if you feel like this is failing you, falling back on this is a good thing, which is why Cutie did not do anything incorrect in this situation. So far, from what I've seen, Cutie has done nothing incorrect in the situation. She defaulted to this. This should be good. She fell back on this. They have conflicting information. Now a problem has arose. I don't think she did anything incorrect in this situation based upon my my mindset. Personally. You trusted a system, which is what you're supposed to do in developed countries. Yeah. Again, we still don't know. Oh, sorry. I don't know if this failed. Chat is saying that there was a failure, there's a breakdown of communication here. We have not gotten there yet. But from what I know, I think this is fine. I disagree that it's a similar situation. The vet tech is comparable to a nurse. You won't talk to a doctor directly sometimes, but a nurse is more than capable of treating you. It depends. It depends. For the most part, whenever I deal with like hospitals or doctor's offices, by and large, always see the doctor, right? You do see the doctor. The vet does go, or the nurse does go talk to the doctor, and then the doctor comes in and says like, the nurse told me this. Let's see what's going on. All right, you look fine to me. Goodbye. Right? And you are correct that like it should be cleaner, right? This should be cleaner than this, but it doesn't always work. It should be Cutie vet poison control, and the vet hands Cutie a code that she can call poison control herself for free if there are other symptoms. Not necessarily. I think this is a fine way of structuring things. This is chill. This is not inherently bad, right? But this requires the vet to see the dog, right? No conclusion should be made without the vet seeing the dog. You know what I mean? Like the vet should see the dog. Like if I go to the doctor sees me before I leave. You know? And so that not happening is a slight breakdown here. But by and large, I would still trust this on the off chance of that happening rather than just defaulting to this. In-person care is always better than care over the phone. Right? And if you need a second opinion, then you fall back on something like this. That's my take. The vet isn't just like a medium. They still have more knowledge than Google or the phone. Potentially. Right? Vet techs are not like I have friends who are like vet techs. You know what I mean? They do have more knowledge than normal, but they're not more knowledgeable than this person. Right? The vet's here because the vet's supposed to make the call. Right? Here, give me a second.
But they were more nervous about the garlic and the sodium.
Yeah, well, and then, okay, so
and the onions.
The doctor told you to call poison control, and poison control said, so they said, follow what poison control said,
Yep.
and poison control says
And
this.
poison control says this.
Okay.
So I'm like,
Google probably wouldn't have said that, by the way.
I'm like,
just letting you know.
frick. And so I call the restaurant. I'm like, how many onions do you put in this?
Yeah.
And they're like, anywhere from 2 to 3 cups. And I was like, fuck.
Oh my God.
Because Ludwig's like, I ate most of them.
And then
I
the
was like,
problem is
okay.
just like the amount of onions is completely nebulous, right? Because now you're like, Ludwig's like, I ate half the onions, right? I ate half the onions. Did Ludwig eat half the onions? We don't know. So it's actually not this simple. It's not either of these. It's Cutie to Ludwig to like Mongolian beef place, right? To back to Cutie, to then to the vet tech, to then to the vet, to then to back to Cutie, to then then to the phone, then to the poison control, to then back to Cutie, to then like what do we do? You know what I mean? Like You can't know until you get the amount of onions. And like it's impossible, essentially. It's essentially impossible to know exactly how much onions the dog ate. Because the cutie's like, Logan's like, oh, I ate like half the onions. And they're like, oh, on average, we use like 2 to 3 cups of onions. But like, sometimes we use less, sometimes we use more. You don't know. There's so many unknowns here. There's so many unknowns here.
3 cups?
The 4th cup, it was a big container.
Yeah.
There's no earthly shot.
Also, none of this would be an issue if Ludwig wasn't a picky eater, okay? Can we all just blame Ludwig for any of this? If Ludwig just ate the stupid onions, none of this would be a problem. None of this would be a problem. Jeez Louise.
That they put 3 cups
Do you
of
want to
onions.
call the restaurant?
3 cups is a lot of onions, though. That is a lot of onions. That's like, because I'm real, I don't know if they're giving you 3 cups of beef. Like, that's a lot of onions.
This is a cup.
I don't.
That is not
Do you know how many
cup.
sliced onions? What? All right,
4 cups of onions
No,
is basically 4 whole onions.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, you're right.
They put 4 entire onions. They put 3 entire onions.
We're just
That's not Mongolian barbecue.
That is a lot of onions for a single dish. That is a lot of, okay, I understand how this conversation got to the point where it got, because like none of this story makes any sense. Like, what do you mean they put in like 3 cups of onions into a single dish? Mongolian beef has a lot of onions. Also, they shrink a lot. Okay, well then the question is like, are we talking about like 3 cups of onions pre-shrink or post-shrink? I feel like that's an important question. Pre, of course. Okay. But is the calculation for how much onions is toxic, is that pre-shrink onions or post-shrink onions? I have questions. You know?
Onion barbecue.
2 to 3.
That's a separate type of dish that you were
For the
consuming.
record, I understand how this was an emergency and traumatizing. He doesn't clearly understand the gravity of the
No,
situation.
they're telling me my dog is in trouble.
Yes.
Okay.
Everyone's giving you wrong
Her
information.
dog is in trouble.
Are you a vet?
No, but I'm also not a chef at a Chinese restaurant, but I have a fucking brain, and I know they didn't put 3 whole cups of onions.
What is she supposed to do?
I'm sorry,
Question
doing my
that?
due diligence.
What is she?
Like, honestly, at this point, like, I don't think anybody's in the wrong. Hassan's not incorrect. Cutie is getting a lot of incorrect information. Like, as she described. Like, Hassan's not blaming Cutie for this fact. He's just stating the fact that, like, everybody's lying to you. It's Lud's fault. It is Lud's fault. Yeah.
Supposed to do? How many onions did you put in there? 3. No, you didn't. What the fuck is she supposed to do?
Every part of the story
What is she
you
supposed to
getting
do?
lied to by people on the phone.
True.
What is she supposed to do? Challenge the vet? Challenge poison control? Challenge the chef?
A little bit, yeah. Like, no, cannot call your lawyer, but like, at a certain point, somebody has to be challenged, right? You got to go back into the vet and say, you told me my dog was fine. They can have 3 cups of onions, but poison control said it's only 1/4 of a cup or 1/4 of a cup. Yeah, that's kind of important.
Listen. It is an astronomical amount of onions, but I believe. We all believe. We're all on the same page.
It's Mongolian beef.
Okay. So this entire podcast, this entire episode so far that we've seen is just Cutie saying something that's like unbelievable. Austin being like, no, I totally believe you. You're totally right. Go off, queen. Hassan being like, you're totally incorrect. You're totally wrong. You're being lied to. And Will being like, no. I believe her. We believe her, Hassan. We believe her. And it's rinse and repeat. This happened twice so far. He has said those exact words twice.
Do you know how to make Mongolian beef?
You don't know how to make shit.
You don't know how to make shit, Hassan.
I know how not to make it, and it's not with 3 cups of onions.
Okay. So then I say, crap. They said, what's your most exaggerated estimate? And I said, a cup.
Yeah.
That's my most exaggerated estimate that my dog could have consumed. And she said, then we need to induce vomiting. And I said, okay.
Oh my God.
How do we do that?
Kitty.
Like, was poison control correct? I don't know. I'm not poison control. You know what I mean? But I feel like the discrepancy here is a problem. Somebody's getting 1 star, okay? Somebody here is getting 1 star. It's either poison control or it's the vet. That's it. Like, that's it.
What?
There's no way.
Because the discrepancy is too large. The discrepancy between my dog ate 3 cups of onions, okay, your dog is fine, go home and sleep it off or whatever. Right? Versus my dog may have potentially eaten upwards of a cup of onions max. We have to stick your hand down your dog's throat and pull the onions out directly. Like, that discrepancy is too large and cannot be squared away in my mind. Right? Like, that's too big of a discrepancy. Like, if it was just like, okay, my dog ate 1 cup of onions, that's not great. Watch them. If anything bad happens, we're going to go and show our vet right now, right? That versus like, you know, poison control being like, yeah, that's not great. Like, if it was the same information or similar information, I'd be like, okay, you know, Cutie may be going a little bit crazy by calling the Mongolian grill place or whatever. But like, they're giving diametrically opposing information. Like, they're just on the opposite sides of the spectrum. What are we talking about here?
Been hours.
At this point, it had been 1 hour. Well, it had been 2 hours.
There's no way you can get him to throw up.
Okay, well, poison control didn't tell me that. Poison control said it's time to induce vomiting.
Oh no.
I said, okay.
Just
wait, it's okay. A question. At this moment, is she still sitting in the parking lot of the vet? Because she said that she got in the car outside the vet, called poison control. It took 45 minutes for someone to answer. Did she go back home? I think she's home. Okay, well, she skipped that part of the story. This conversation is a classic not my job versus government as dialectic. I think she went home from her following statement. She got poison control from home, I thought. She just said that she got in the car and called poison control, right? She may have meant that she's got in the car, called poison control on her way home. I didn't get that from this, but that would make sense. That would make sense. Okay, we've squared this away.
For future reference, after like an hour, you're not puking anything up.
I would like poison control to know that.
Okay, so
exactly what I'm describing. I don't know if Will is like correct on the anatomy of a dog throwing things up or whatever, but if that's the case, this is exactly describing the issue with this avenue of communication, right? Poison control just is not going to have all of the information, right? They're just not.
So what do you do?
So they say get hydrogen peroxide.
Oh, poor
So
Swift.
like poison your dog.
Oh my God, you poor Swift.
It said get hydrogen peroxide, and based on his size,
Right.
you do a tablespoon of hydrogen peroxide.
Up his ass.
No, down his throat.
And again, that's the issue because they have to say based on his size, which means they're leaving the conclusion of what the size of the dog is up to the owner, right? And again, owners are stupid, not Cutie, but like other dog owners are stupid. Like they're dumb. And so they might think, oh, my dog, 20 pounds. Dog's 10 pounds, right? Oh, my dog, 40 pounds. dog's 10 pounds, right? I think it's based on weight for size. It might be, but again, dog owners are not all like, some people are dumb. Some people are dumb. Some people don't know their dog's weight, and so they're just gonna guess. And when you have this problem, right? These are things that theoretically, a vet should be skipping over, right? Okay, but if you're poison control, you assume the worst info is given to you, so you just always, all your instructions are going to factor that in. No, that's not true. Because as she said, it says based on your dog's size. So they're still leaving it up to the owner to make that conclusion. Right? So yeah, they could be like, lowballing it to account for that, but it's still based on the dog's size. And so the owner could misread the size. There's too many variables, which is why you should never default to calling poison control if you have the avenue of getting to a vet. If your vet's closed, too far away, if it's like an emergency or something like that nature, right? Like, then poison control is definitely an option. But if you can get to in-person, this is for yourself too, not just for your dog. If you can get to in-person care, you should get to in-person care. That should be your step number one, your first step, right? If you can get to in-person care, you should get to in-person care. That's going to be your best bet. They could be wrong. They could be incorrect. They could and will misdiagnose you sometimes, right? There is a very large issue with medical racism about like Black people being misdiagnosed, right? But as general advice, if you can get to in-person care, you should get to in-person care. That is going to give you, in general, the best. The best standard of care, on average. Obviously, this case is not one of those cases for Cutie, right? But I think because pet owners are stupid, I don't trust a lot of pet owners for making these calls about their own pet, which goes into the case like a lot of pet owners shouldn't be pet owners to begin with, but since they are, they should go and give it to the people who went to school for this, the case. That's my overarching take. That's been my take since the beginning, and it's still my take, and maybe that will change the next 30 minutes of this. You know what I mean? I call poison control first, to be honest, would take quite long to reach an emergency room or urgent care anyway. No, I disagree. I don't think you should call poison control and wait on the phone for 45 minutes for them to answer and give you talking points or give you discussion. On the way there, sure, maybe, right? While you're in transit, sure, maybe, but you should still take it to in-person care. You should. Like this actually, I'm not even saying anything crazy. This is like normal medical advice, right? If you talk to emergency dispatchers on the phone, and you saying, I've been hurt, my arm is bleeding a bunch, they will give you first aid to stop the bleeding and make sure your life is not in danger while the ambulance is in transport, right? So they do a follow-up check at the hospital, even if you say everything is fine and totally okay, right? Because you should talk to medical professionals, right? And they should see you, because that's a big thing about what they're taught in medical school, right? They can try to diagnose you over the phone, but them going through the checklist of diagnosis, for sure the poison control would tell you to go to the vet too. They probably would, maybe, right? Potentially. Again, I don't trust anybody in this story, if I'm being real. I trust nobody in this story, if I'm being entirely real. I don't trust Ludwig. I don't trust the Mongolian beef place. I don't trust poison control. I don't trust the vet. I don't trust the vet tech. Everybody is giving me shady vibes. It's also been probably multiple hours since the dog ate the onions. I think poison control probably treated it as like the dog ate a few minutes ago. Yeah, and that's kind of the problem, is that like they just don't have the information, right? There's no way you can give them exactly how your dog is feeling in the moment, right? A vet is supposed to do that. In this case, the vet's not doing that. Then that's the issue, and that's the problem. I live in a house full of doctors and nurses, and they still consult other professionals. These people aren't even well versed in medical care. Yeah.
Oh no.
Oh, okay, okay.
The poison control told you to poison your dog.
No.
Well,
they were helping me
a little bit.
They were helping.
They were helping. So I get
Some vets can be predatory,
hydrogen
not gonna lie. Yeah, and some poison control members could also be wrong. You should never rely on a single source of information for really anything. Chat. Right? You should get second opinions if you feel like something is off. Right? That should be the moral of the story. Is that you should always, if you get you should always get second opinions. I feel something is off. So like Google's like more like a third or fourth opinion type thing. But yeah, I'm not even saying Google is bad.
in a syringe. Turns out dogs do not like hydrogen peroxide.
Well, no one really
It tastes
likes-
yucky.
Yeah.
And then they said you have to then run around with him for 20 minutes. And then if he doesn't throw up, do it again. And then run around with him for 20 minutes and then call us with the results. I said, okay.
Okay, this sounds like they're pranking you.
And also, I want to point out that like oftentimes poison control is there if you have no other options, right? If you don't have a vet you can go to do this stuff for you. Vets can induce vomiting, right? And so they are operating as though Cutie has no other options, right? And honestly, Cutie actually might not have any other options. She tried the vet and they failed her. So poison control might actually be correct. Cutie might not have any other options. This may be the option that worked for Cutie because like the vets lied to her or were misinformed or whatever. You know what I mean?
This sounds like your call got intercepted by YouTubers.
Oh my god!
Like, how can we get Cutie
I feel
Cinderella?
like they tricked you into CIA torture tactic.
Prominent YouTuber Cutie Cinderella. How do we get her to poison her
the
dog?
peroxide B then? Some people only have hair bleach. Well, obviously you don't use hair bleach. That's just, and poison control would tell you this. They said hydrogen peroxide, and you assume they mean like the hydrogen peroxide everybody has in their house.
I give him his hydrogen peroxide, the first table. It was hard. It was difficult. He did not like it. He was freaking out.
Yeah.
And then we ran up and down the street. I said, come on, we were running. We get home, no throw up. I'm like, God damn it. So then I give him his second tablespoon of hydrogen peroxide. I hold him and I shake him like a cocktail.
No.
I just go bounce him like a baby.
Oh.
And then I put him down and he throws up. And I was like, genius.
Was it all just bile?
It was majority foam from the hydrogen peroxide.
Yeah, so he's gargling on foam.
Yeah, he throws up just like foam. And then, sure enough, some actual throw. It's like when you drink a lot of beer and you do the beer throw up and then you do the dinner throw up.
Right.
So I'm like, he needs another throw up, but we can't give him more hydrogen peroxide.
Was there a cup of onion in there?
There was. So I had to go through it. I put gloves on.
No, you didn't have
don't
to
worry,
go
guys.
through it.
I put gloves on.
You didn't have to go through it.
No,
I
I
had to go
know.
through it.
I know.
So I put gloves on and I go through it and I measure and I pull out 4 onions that measured to 1/8 a cup. So if he ate 4 more onions, that'd be a 4th cup.
Girl, I am sorry. The 8 strands of onions.
Yes.
There's
Do
that's
you
not.
have a fucking onion? It's like you guys don't believe women. What's going on here? Do you have an onion?
What you are saying is wrong.
No.
There are like
Finally,
he's putting his foot down. A cup of onions is like 50 slices of onions.
I'm getting measuring cups. You guys are stupid.
I don't know if Will's correct on that. 50 slices of onions? It depends. Like, are you talking about like julietting the onions? It depends on how they were cut. Like 1/8 of a cup is not that large. Isn't that like, isn't 1 cup 16 tablespoons, something like that? Not 16 tablespoons. Sorry, 16 something. I don't know. It's all I know is that an 1/8 cup is 2 tablespoons. Oh no, I was right then. So I was correct. Yeah, like an 1/8 cup is not that large. It's a very small amount.
And I'm going with her because I have to
Can you
pee.
grab me a bottle of water?
I think when your friend is spiraling out of reality, you can only go with them so long.
I will say, nothing I've seen here today so far from this warrants like discourse outside of like, you know, for the memes and for the jokes. It's like not like the most serious thing. Like even like Hassan and Will's reaction to be like, I don't know if you're right or whatever. Like it's not. I think getting mad, like genuinely getting upset about this and not like playing into the meme, is, you know, I don't know. It's a bit weird.
Put an end to this.
That was only the
Oh,
prologue.
she's grabbing my onions. Oh my god.
We could also just Google this.
No, I know. I already
Yep,
did.
Can't Google. Google's not valid. Invalid. Just call Poison Control and ask them again.
Cutie. A large onion might yield around 1 cup of onions. We just Googled it.
I mean, that was what we said was the estimate.
So, how you doing?
I can't believe we're fucking waiting on this.
Yeah,
This is
we're doing
crazy.
it. We're doing
I don't know what to say anymore. This is.
I'm just happy Swift's
I
okay.
feel like
I'm
I
just-
feel like half of this podcast is entertaining the delusions of our gay friend, our gay friend, and our woman friend.
Wait, I have the same cutting board. I know where you got the cutting board from. Step 1, never be tired of the hate. You gotta be good for you ever be great. And I know them hate comments only happen because they bored. They all bench players staring at the scoreboard.
Cut yourself! I just
Almost.
watched it happen.
I almost got my.
She said I'm a chef and then she hit herself with a knife.
Okay.
What
okay.
is happening?
Everybody, chill out.
Knives scare me.
Okay.
Here,
Okay.
hold on. This is easy. This is easy, cutie. It's more than a cup. Look at that.
That's
Look at
not
that.
how that works.
Come
Also,
on,
why are
that's
your
not-
onions so overgrown?
Yeah, these are.
I
these
don't
are
know.
Too big.
Why are you asking me that?
Okay.
Oh my
give
God.
me that 4th cup.
Wait.
This is my favorite episode of Fear End so far. And I'm not saying this because I don't watch any other Fear End.
This.
Don't do this.
They know.
Don't
They
do
said
this.
this amount would kill him. This was the size of the Mongolian
Kill
beef.
him.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's new information. I don't think Cutie said that before. That would kill him. I thought she said that it was toxic and it was dangerous. She did? No, she said it. Did she? She said a 4th? Oh, was that a 4th?
I don't think.
Did she? Poison Control said that he could die from a 4th of a cup? Okay, then maybe I'm incorrect.
Now you're on the
You've
side.
ever hung out with a dog?
Careful.
My dog is 15.
That's why they induce vomiting. I mean, it could also be just dangerous to him. Like it could just be dangerous to him. So like that's why they want to induce vomiting. Not specifically that it would kill him. If like that's implied in being poisonous. No, chat, come on. Like poison is still bad if it doesn't kill you. You know what I mean? Like there are stages and levels to poison that is still dangerous that it does not kill you. Right? It can make him like extremely sick. Right? It can have long-term health effects that's just not death. That isn't the only side effect of poison.
Pounds. That's like Farley.
Farley ate an 1/8 of shrooms.
Your
and
hands
was
are gonna
fine.
smell so
Probably wouldn't-
bad.
I don't
You're
know,
gonna
but it
smell
doesn't-
so bad.
I mean, no internal damage to organs. Yeah, that's my point.
Fine, because
See, everybody's coming at me, but I'm everybody's coming at me. But I'm totally I'm correct on that.
Korean barbecue.
Watch your fingers.
And you're coming.
Careful.
You guys are pissing me off. Look at this rotten ass onion. This is the oldest onion in Mississippi. That's crazy.
Really?
Ooh, I'm kind of.
We're really doing science.
No, this is important because I'm not going to sit here and let men value me.
Yeah, you're really showing everybody how normal and sane women can get.
Okay. It's not my fault you got a musty ass onion, okay?
I don't know
The onion
what
is gross.
is happening.
So they
with
said
that
a
onion.
cup would kill him.
They said, no, a fourth cup.
You said a cup.
No.
You
they
said the
s-
first place
that.
said
The first cup said 3 cups. The poison control said a fourth cup.
Oh,
Yeah, okay.
That disparity
okay, I'm
is like
getting back.
honestly the craziest part of this entire conversation is that disparity. Cause like that's not an accident. That's not an accident. You don't accidentally say 3 cups, your dog is totally fine. They didn't know how big the dog was. No, I disagree. I don't know how big Cutie's dog is, but like, we're talking about 12 times the size. 12 times the size. 15 pounds. The dog would have to be 180 pounds. They would have had to have seen the dog, a 15-pound dog. It was like, yep, that dog is 180 pounds. That makes no sense. No. Something nefarious is going on there. Oh, they saw it. Never mind. That's malpractice. That's insane. Could it be they meant 3/4 of a cup? I feel like you would know the difference. By you, I mean Cutie. I feel like Cutie would know the difference. Did the vet tech misunderstand? Then they should be fired. I'm being entirely honest. There's a few options. One, Cutie misheard them and they said like 3/4 of a cup. There's no evidence that that's the case. Tech misspoke. They should still be fired if that's the case. Right? Because the tech would have had to have heard Cutie say they had a cup of onions. Right? Took that back and was like, oh, vet, the owner said that they had a 1/4 cup of onions. So the vet tech would have had to have not only misheard, but then misspoke to the vet themselves, and then came back and then told the owner the incorrect information because of their misspeak. You know what I mean? Like what are we talking about here? Misunderstanding slash misspeaking, but it would have to have happened twice. It would have had to have happened twice. They would have had to have misheard Cutie say that her dog ate a cup of onions, and they would have had to have misspoken, right, or spoken to the vet, misspoken to the vet. Sorry. Does that make sense? So they would have had to have heard Cutie say 1 cup. And then they would have had to have told the vet 1 like 1/4 cup or something. Right? For the vet to be like, oh, your dog will be fine. Then relay the fine message back up. I don't think she told the vet tech how much onions because she didn't know, probably just a vague amount. But even then, okay, I was wrong. The vet tech didn't say fine. The vet tech said, your dog can eat 3 cups. You know what I mean? So like, even if it's not this, Cutie said, my dog ate some onions. The vet tech was like, okay, I'm going to go tell the vet. They go back and they tell the vet, hey, this owner's dog who is 15 pounds, ate some onions. How much onions is okay for them to eat? And then either the vet would have to have said 3 cups, which is then relayed back to Cutie, or the vet said 3/4 of a cup, and then that gets relayed to the vet tech, and then the vet tech relays 3 cups back. Like, that's insane. 3 cups is 10 times the proper advice. I don't think that that's coincidental. That's my point. There's no possible world that makes sense to me how the vet tech can make that mistake. I don't know what time this is happening or whatever. I think it's more likely the vet tech and the vet didn't really want to do any work. And they were just like, yeah, just tell her it's fine. Tell her 3 cups is fine or whatever. And she's like, yeah, 3 cups is fine. Your dog is fine. Please leave here. Like, wait, how much does your dog eat? 1 cup? 2 cups is actually the max. Your dog is fine. It's actually 3 cups? 4 cups is actually, that's the max. That's, I think, is more accurate. Or more realistic to what actually happened. Right? They just didn't want to work, and so they lied to her. Because this miscommunication is insane. It's too insane to be coincidental. That's a crazy miscommunication.
I'm getting back. Okay, stop laughing, Marsh. Chill out.
Yeah,
okay.
The guy said it was
So
wrong. That's bad if Cutie heard wrong, and they let her walk away. And they're still wrong. Yeah.
Onion slices were big. They were like, because we're thinking Mongolian beef.
Yeah, it's Mongolian beef.
Right.
And so
it was cooked too, right?
yeah, but they were still this fucking big.
That's
throwing
crazy.
stuff.
And they were separated a little bit.
Yeah.
Because it was they were cooked.
Yeah. Okay. Don't say gross. It's a fucking onion, you pussy.
I mean, it's just gonna smell bad.
What's wrong with that?
It does.
Fine
It
when you're
smells like an
eating.
onion. Okay, good enough.
Okay.
The garbage
Okay.
thing was
That's-
the metric.
And then-
That's just onion. That's not a Mongolian beef bowl anymore. That literally doesn't make sense mathematically. Do you think your Mongolian beef bowl had this much onion
Yes,
in it?
it did,
You are on
Hassan.
fucking crack cocaine.
That is a lot of onions. That is a lot of onions. I'm not saying that Cutie's wrong, but I will say that is a lot of onions. Like, I'm not gonna lie and say that that's not a lot of onions. Like, that is a lot of onions.
Hassan,
I know it's
it
Trump's
did.
America,
Let's
but
listen.
the beef tax
Onions
is not
shrink
that
when
bad.
cooked though. That's still a lot of the bowl would need to be very large. You know what I mean? The bowl would have to be. I don't know how large the bowl of Mongolian beef was. Yeah, she ordered Mongolian onions. It is quite a bit of onions.
It's mostly onion on your fucking Mongolian.
It is.
Hold on, we're losing.
Chat, look at the bowl.
We're losing.
That it is a lot of onions. Right? Again, I'm not even saying that this couldn't have happened, but I am acknowledging that is a lot of onions.
Sight of where she's getting this
If
information.
your Mongolian barbecue had this much onion.
No.
Maybe that's why Ludwig didn't eat all the onions.
No, hold on.
There was 0%
Hold on,
chance that there was
hold
this
on,
much
hold on.
onion in a Mongolian beef
Hold on,
barbecue.
Hassan, you're missing the point here.
When you cook onion, they're
Like
smaller.
a quarter of a cup.
Yes, well, there's that.
No,
I
that-
think
that's
a quarter of a
fine.
cup is still plausible, but I have been left over. Even if there was less in the meal. I still think a quarter of a cup is plausible to be left over, even if there was less in the meal. Less than the 3 cups, like they said. Oh, okay. I was thoroughly confused. You mean less than like the what they said in the meal at the grill? Okay. I was like, cause I didn't want to. I do realize I do pop off on chatters a little bit. I didn't want to pop off on you because I genuinely did not understand what you were saying, but that makes sense. I understand what you're saying now.
one way to solve this.
What?
Call the restaurant, order the Mongolian beef, have it delivered here.
I'm actually down for that. I agree with Will on this. You know what? I think maybe I'm a centrist. I think everybody has some points. I think they all have some points here. Order it again. I'm curious. Now I'm invested. Now I want to know.
Thank you, Marsh.
Okay, text Ludwig and ask him where it was from.
We're doing this math. How many did you find?
Okay, 4.
Okay,
And
4.
it equaled 1/8 a cup.
4. Cutie, this is like not even half of this.
That's not how it works.
Yes, it is.
No,
Yes,
it's
it is.
not.
Yes, it
No,
is.
no,
Yes,
no.
it is.
Oh my
Yes,
God.
it is.
No, no.
And now I'm aligning with Cutie again. That is not how it works. Will and Hassan are incorrect. She's correct. She's right. She's right. She is correct. That's not how cups of things work.
Yes, it is.
Stop it. Stop it. You guys know nothing about cooking. No, do not interrupt me. Do not interrupt me.
I'm
When
with
it
Cutie on
says-
this.
It doesn't mean pressed. When it says add a cup of onion, you're not fucking doing that, are you? No,
But when you're
bozo.
measuring how
Brown
much they
sugar's the only
ingested
thing.
in their
No.
stomach.
Mm-mm.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
No.
Cutie, do you think
She's the only person that
first of all
is a
you're
chef here.
already
This is why mass is better than weight. Okay, mass measurements are better than volumetric measurements. They just are. They are. Weight also works in this situation, right? But it would make more sense to measure in grams. How many grams of onions? It would make sense. All I'm saying.
hallucinating because that's entirely too many onions on a bowl of Mongolian barbecue.
We're ordering it. Did you text Ludwig?
I text him. I don't know if he'll text me back.
Okay, that's number 1. Number 2, there's 0% chance that there was a fucking entire cup full of onions in Swift's belly at any given moment.
Can we move the knife?
He's
Okay,
not even big enough to eat it.
okay. Now I feel like Hassan is being contrarian just to be contrarian. If I'm being entirely real, Hassan is being Hassan is being contrarian just to be contrarian. He said as much yesterday. Yeah, like.
Keep the knife by you.
Can you put
Austin,
the-
Which I do stand by. Like, if you're getting like irrationally upset at anybody involved in the situation, I think you're being silly. Right? I think you're being silly. These are obviously all friends. They are doing a podcast. They are doing it for you to feel that way because you talk about the podcast and you give it more points. Unless it's Ludwig. It is Ludwig's fault, to be fair. Why are people taking this so seriously? I don't know. People were coming in here being like, you don't understand. You don't have the full story. The bet's messed up when we were like 2 minutes in. Oh, this is why nobody likes you. Just enjoy the story.
It's gonna smell
my
the
support.
whole...
You smell.
Marsh
No,
is gonna
because
take the
next
knife.
week when we're doing the podcast, you're gonna be like, "Why does the podcast room
I've
smell
never
bad?"
complained
No,
about
you're
the
gonna
smell
say
in
that.
here.
It doesn't smell bad because I
I
fucking
love it
make
because
sure that
everyone on the
Wait,
pod is
Austin,
wrong and the comments are even worse. This is true. Everybody so far has been incorrect on something. I think the way Cutie acted was fair, right? But like to sit here and act like that's not a lot of onions is incorrect. That is quite a bit of onions. It is quite a bit of onions.
Oh shit! Sorry. So sorry.
You know what?
Don't eat it. It's rotten.
Yeah, it's nasty.
Why would you eat it rotten
Why would you bring in a
anyway?
rotten onion?
It's all he's got.
Did
Why
you
would
just
you eat the raw onion?
It was also the skin.
Oh,
You know what? That makes me feel more like Swift might have eaten an entire onion.
Yes!
Because if a good,
Are you calling me a
high-functioning
dog?
homosexual man just threw a rotten onion in his mouth unprompted, this could be a death trap.
to be fair,
that
he
was
didn't know
rotten.
what besmirch was. So
I thought it was just an onion for eating.
Okay,
Raw onion is okay though. Raw onion is gross, chat. Raw onion is gross and nasty.
Okay. So I find at least 4 slices in his vomit. You see that? That's a 4th cup, everybody.
Yeah, but again,
No.
there's a lot of air in there.
You don't push it down. That's not how measuring works.
That's how stomach works.
I'm gonna call poison control and
And to be fair, I will say I don't think Cutie is fully correct on this either, because you know, by proxy of it, like just like again, I don't think measuring cups are the best way to measure onions. So not that she's wrong, but just saying that like I think that that's where some of the miscommunication comes from, right? It's just that measuring cups are just not the best way to measure onions. You feel me? In terms of volume, in volume terms, she's correct, right? The problem is that volume terms are not accurate. Like 1 cup of onions is different depending on how much how it's cut, right? And so the point that I'm saying is that it's just not accurate to use volume measurements. And so I think the fact that poison control uses volume measurements is also not fantastic. It's not a good way to visualize the amount of onions that is dangerous to a dog, right?
them.
Okay, but
I'm gonna pay another $100 to ask them.
Okay, hold on. Here's the deal.
We do not have 45 minutes.
Regardless of what we are debating,
Okay.
Cutie received information and she acted on the information that she was
received
given.
2 sets of information.
One?
One told her not to panic, and then one told her.
Yes, but the one that told her not to panic told her to call somebody for
May I ask a
advice.
question?
And
that's not entirely accurate either, right? They said call poison control for symptom to look out for. Yes, it is. No, it's not. They said call poison control for symptoms to look out for. That is what Cutie said, right? If the vets thought that like there could have been something incorrect, like if the vets were like, we don't know, call poison control, they should have said, we don't know, call poison control, right? That is very different to like, your dog is fine, but call poison control to look out for any symptoms if things go awry, right? Those are very different things, and they require different levels of urgency. You know what I mean? Yeah, big difference. If a dog didn't have any symptoms, and it probably would have been fine. Probably, yeah.
Particular party told her to panic.
In the 2 hours in between ingesting the Mongolian beef and
Mongolian onion.
Yeah.
So this is what happened. All right.
How was Swift behaving?
So, wait a second.
Okay.
He was fine, but onion toxicity in animals causes anemia that doesn't show up for 5 to 7 days, and then they just spontaneously die.
Wow. Oh, fuck.
Wait. Okay, who told her that? Did poison control tell her that? Did the vet tell her that? Did Google tell her that? Okay, now I have more questions than answers.
That's what I thought.
Where did you learn that?
WebMD.
Where did you learn that?
Google.
Okay. If that was like accurate, why would poison control not tell her? Do you see my conundrum here? Do you see my conundrum here? Literally everybody is incorrect. Everybody's wrong. Like,
oh, maybe you should have fucking went to Google first then.
no, that's not the, no, that's not the conclusion. The conclusion is Google is based upon like the worst of the worst. It's a meme. It's a meme. WebMD is a meme because you Google WebMD, you say, I'm coughing, and they say you have cancer. It's a meme for the fact that like it gives you the very, 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 very worst case scenario in every situation. You should 100% not go to Google first. If you are unaware if onions are toxic, then you should go to Google just to see if onions are toxic. And once you realize, yes, onions are toxic, then you should go to the vet. That's the answer. Google is there to teach you, hey, you should not have given onions to your dog. Right? Or your dog should not have gotten into onions. Right? After it teaches you that, you then go to the vet so the vet can advise you. And then if you have any follow-up, any doubt in your mind that you're getting the best care, then you call poison control. But you should definitely not get all of your advice from Google originally. You should definitely not believe, or you should not operate under the assumption that ingesting onions can give your pet acute anemia where they can just drop dead in 5 days. Because if you think that, go back to poison control or to the vet. If that's the case, you go back to the vet or poison control. And poison control should have told you that is something to look out for. That's what they should have. That's what they should have done.
Instead of going to poison control.
They told her to do it.
Told me that, but I just was pointing at Google because he just pulled it up.
Poison control told you to go to Google, huh?
No. Poison control didn't go to Google.
Why'd you say you learned it from Google then?
Because he just pulled it up, and I knew you would only trust Google.
Wait, how much is 0.5 of 15 pounds?
I don't know.
Oh! I'm sorry.
Oh?
What does that say? I'm sorry. Do y'all see what I see? It's in grams. Because of course it is. Of course it is. It's in grams. Because I was correct. Grams makes more sense. It makes more sense. It just makes more sense. It makes more sense. And I'll stand on that. I stand on that 10 toes down. 10 toes down.
Figure that out so...
Which is roughly a third of a medium-sized
you know
onion.
it. I don't. No, you learn it. Learn grams, chat. Because it's either you... Because cups isn't helpful. Cups just is not helpful. It's not helpful. What would you have done differently than Cutie? Nothing. I'm not criticizing the way Cutie acted. Honestly, I think that's the wrong question to ask. I don't even think that Hassan, Will, and Austin think that Cutie should have acted differently in a situation, and they're more just giving her shit for the podcast, right? It has even made it to Sean, and I'm the only correct person in this situation.
Does that look like a third of a medium-sized onion?
This looks like... Okay, I don't know.
Regardless,
you don't know? That looks like the third. Put 3 times more.
She called poison control.
Put 3 times more of that. Will that amount to a medium-sized onion?
I called a professional.
She literally called a professional, and they told her what to do. I would have done the same thing.
We're listening to female voices, Hassan. Let's just accept this.
Hold on. Here's the deal.
Yes.
If you are in the let me put this in human. Let me translate this to humans. Okay.
Human.
All right. Let's say. Hold on. Let's say you go to the emergency room. They say nothing to worry about, but we are going to refer you to a specialist. You are now.
That's not what happened, right? They didn't refer Cutie to poison control to treat the dog. They referred Cutie to poison control by Cutie's own admission to just get a list of symptoms to look out for. That's what happened. If what Austin's saying actually happened, I would agree with him. But that is not what happened. Right? It would be instead like going to the emergency room and they're like, hey, go to the hospital across the street, look outside of it for like a list of symptoms to look out for, and then go home because you're fine. You know what I mean? It would be more akin to that.
Now in the care of that specialist. You talk to that specialist.
Yes.
The specialist says, oh shit, you need to do something. You actually are in trouble. You listen to that specialist because you have been referred to somebody who has a less knowledge on that specific.
What's a doctor for an animal called? What's that specialty called?
A veterinarian.
Right. And where did she go first?
That's right.
She went to the veterinarian.
Oh, okay.
But hold on. But what did the vet say?
The vet told me to
What
call
did the vet say?
specialist.
The vet
For
said
what?
call the
He said to
specialist.
monitor symptoms
Just wait.
and then call
Just
poison
wait.
control if they got bad.
Just wait.
Oh, really? Okay, I
Because I'm
missed that
about to be
part.
validated.
Mhm.
I'm just saying.
Yeah.
So then,
Swift is dead.
Okay, and see, even Austin acknowledges. Austin acknowledged that he said he missed that part. Now, is that a correct, accurate retelling of the event? I don't know, because Kitty didn't respond to that. Right? But if it was told as the way Will told it, that's where I will fall, and I think Austin would agree. If we all are misunderstanding, and like the vet was actually trying to redirect Cutie to the specialist to take care of it, then I'm on Cutie's side. But I again, right now, I don't know.
no. So then I call. You have to call poison control back with the results. So I have to call him and tell him how much he vomited and what was in it.
Right.
Okay. So you have to wait another 45 minutes.
Oh my God.
Even
Like
though-
that's insane. That's crazy. That's 45 minutes is insane for a dire your dog is going to die immediately situation. Everybody in this story has screwed up somewhere in some fashion except for Cutie at this point. She's 100% exaggerating the wait time. Well, we cannot sit here and be like she's exaggerating the wait time because we have to take what she's saying at face value. If she's exaggerating the wait time, then what else is she exaggerating? And in which case, like, she might be lying about the whole thing. You know what I mean? We don't know if she's exaggerating the wait time. She said 45 minutes. We're going to operate as if 45 minutes is what what happened.
they give you a callback number and a case number. So dogs are dying left and right. Right.
Yeah,
There's
no
way.
shit. Yeah.
Oh my lord.
And so I call them back and I say, hey, this is what
Color
happened.
number
They
4
say,
and it's
shoot.
not even close to that. That's a cool story for you, chatter. I don't care about your personal life story, all right? We're talking about the story we're being told by Cutie, right? Maybe that didn't happen for you. Maybe at 5 p.m. on a Sunday afternoon or whatever, it happened to Cutie. You don't know. You can't speak for Cutie here. You don't know. Let's continue.
Shoot, that's not enough vomit. You've got to take him to the vet to induce vomiting.
Oh no.
They said you have to go back to the ER.
Oh my God.
And so I go,
Oh, back to the vet again. It's almost like I was right once again. That going back to an in-person care facility, maybe not the specific vet, but an in-person care facility, right, is a better situation than you relaying information to poison control over the phone and them telling you to do stuff. Vindicated once again. What chat was yelling at me for. You should go to in-person care facilities. Again, I'm not claiming that they're perfect. I'm not claiming that they're always right. I'm not claiming that this vet was correct, right? But in-person care facilities, by and large, is a better usage or a better a first step when dealing with any medical situation. You should go to in-person care facilities.
okay, fuck. So I go to the ER. I'm at the ER. Now it's crazy crowded. As soon as I get there, they take my dog back. I tell them what happened. They're like, okay, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so then I wait for an hour.
Yeah.
Were they panicky?
Wait, so is this is the same vet ER? My question is, Why did they not take the dog back the first time? Why, when they are crowded, do they finally take the dog back? Play the clip. I swear, I hate a play the clip ass motherfucker. This is my stream. I'm going to give my fucking thoughts on my fucking stream. If you don't want to hear my thoughts, fuck off somewhere else. Jeez Louise, you can watch this episode yourself if you want to just see what happens. I'm giving you my thoughts as we are reacting to a video that is playing right here, right now.
In their response.
Yes.
Why?
New vet.
Panicky in their response.
Yes.
Why?
New vet. Who agreed that the first vet was wrong.
Not all doctors are good. That's why you need a second opinion.
But was he agreeing because you told poison? Was she agreeing because you...
Oh, kind of misogynistic from Will. Why did he assume that it was a guy? Why did he assume it was a dude? I should have been keeping tallies of strikes against every one of them, of the podcast members. Hassan would be at like 5 strikes. Will would probably be at like 4 strikes. Austin would be at 2. Q would be at like maybe one strike. Misogyny.
You mentioned what poison control it said to you?
I gave them, you have to give them the poison control case number.
Okay, yeah.
I'm just following what I'm being told by
This
professionals.
is exactly
I'm
what
sorry
I would
didn't
do.
Google it and gamble
So
my
I
dog's
think
life.
this dog didn't have to vomit at all. He just had a fucking...
Hassan, we're listening to female voices. I'm just trying to get the details.
He had the dopest meal of his life, only to be put through the fucking ringer
he'll
for
never
an
eat food off the
8-hour
table again.
vomiting process like a medieval torture victim.
Yeah.
What did you do to this dog?
She is following instructions.
I'm following instructions.
Okay, so
then I'm there for 2 hours before they put me back in a room.
Right.
So now we're looking at, it's about, I think it's like, this point it's like 11 p.m.
Honestly, this is just a lesson in like medical bureaucracy. If nothing else, I feel like we're all getting the wrong lessons. Hassan and Will are not listening to women and they're being misogynistic. Kitty was overreacting. No, the actual real lesson from this is just medical bureaucracy, right, is bad. Right? There should be no reason why there's like a totally separate service for poison control for dogs, from like the vets, and like they're sending you this way and sending you this way, and this is why people get lost in this entire system of interconnected web of medical professionals, and go to this specialist, go to this specialist, go to this specialist, right? Because our medical system is broken, including for our pups.
Back into the room. And the vet comes in and the vet's like, hey, I'm so sorry to tell you this. Your dog needs to be hospitalized and monitored overnight. And
because of all the hydrogen peroxide you
No.
That's crazy. Okay, that got a laugh out of me. That was pretty funny.
You've given your dog 3 lethal doses of hydrogen peroxide.
I'm not laughing, Cutie. I was just asking questions. I don't agree with what he's saying.
They said because it's been too long and we can't induce vomiting.
Right, which is what I told you that.
Yeah, but what do you want me to do?
I'm just okay. Keep going.
If they would have induced vomiting when I first got there.
So
she's not wrong. The vet would downplay it and refer you to a poison control who will tell you the most extreme case because they're both avoiding legal trouble. Yeah.
So
for different reasons.
What was
then it would have been
what
fine.
was their plan?
They had to give him charcoal.
Oh my god.
Oh
no.
They fucking.
Okay. So they gave him charcoal.
Okay.
Honestly, I take everything I said back. I take it all back. This is actually a lesson about greed and gluttony. That's it. This is a lesson about gluttony, right? You think you want the beautiful, most succulent Mongolian beef meal, right? and it feels good for a second, for a little bit. The best meal you've ever had. But that high comes with the lowest of lows. Right? You're now chauffeured around the city, being poked and prodded, vomiting induced twice, 2 separate times. Right? And now forced to eat charcoal. Was it worth that succulent Chinese meal? Maybe. But you have to take the good and the bad. Let's continue. Let's continue.
So so he has to be hospitalized, okay? And they have to give him charcoal. And so they say, oh, it's too late to induce vomiting, so we have to hospitalize it, and we have to give him charcoal, and we have to monitor him all night. We have to watch his blood work, all that stuff. And I'm like, okay, like I don't have a choice now. And then I was like, well, why didn't that vet, when I came in at 5 o'clock when this happened, why didn't that vet induce vomiting? And they're like, we have no clue. They're like, she goes, are you sure you came here?
This is
And I said,
this is where I'm getting angry.
Oh my God.
said yes.
You went in there and they said there hasn't been a vet in there in 35 years.
So
it was
then
a ghost vet.
They said, are you sure you came here? And I said, absolutely. And they said, well, you didn't pay a consultation fee. We don't have any proof.
Oh my God. Oh my God. I'm already getting mad.
The vet told me everything was fine and to leave, so they didn't even check me in, and I didn't pay a consultation fee. She said, that's against our policy, so they wouldn't have done that. And I said, you can check their cameras because they did that.
Yeah, they were trying to avoid malpractice suit.
Yeah.
I said, they did that.
Yeah.
So what are you talking?
Yeah. I can imagine. I think the person that they were talking to, I thought that they were on the up and up until they said the consultation fee thing. That's very clearly, in my opinion, malicious. Right? I thought they were on the up and up trying to figure out, like, why weren't you checked in? Like, yeah, why weren't you checked in? Huh, that's weird. Are you sure you came here? And she was like, yeah, no, I came here. Like, I went and the vet said that everything was fine. They're like, huh, that's interesting because you didn't pay the consultation fee. So you have no proof of being here. So are you sure? You know what I mean? They are trying to save their own ass. That's crazy. Consultation fee thing is like they play the track card, they play for possible deniability. Yes. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's insane. That's insane. I don't know what I would do in this situation. I would not be very happy. I will say that very much.
About? And then she's like, okay, I'll give you a few minutes because clearly you're worked up. And I was like,
excuse you.
That's,
I'm gonna give you a.
Ooh. That's. Oh, they would be testing my patience. They'd be trying me. I wish they would. I wish they would.
Few fucking minutes. Excuse you.
Marsh, would you clear these onions, please?
We're done with that.
There's a little piece here as well.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah.
The audacity.
So then I'm in there.
Oh, I'd take him for everything they had.
A nurse brings me the paperwork.
Okay.
I fill out the paperwork, all that stuff. They have a oh, I forgot to get that for you.
I'll take one of those.
2 bottles of water, please.
I fill out all the paperwork. As I'm filling out paperwork, another nurse comes in and checks on me, and I'm crying because I'm pissed off. And now they're telling me that my dog's life is a gamble, pretty much. They're telling me that the charcoal is a gamble because the charcoal should absorb the toxins, but if they don't absorb all the onion because they couldn't induce vomiting, we don't know if it's out of his system.
On the prerequisite, though, that there was a significant amount
biblical
more
amount of.
And I want to point out, because again, everybody's mad at like Hassan for being and Will for being dismissive, right? Which they were being a little bit dismissive for the means of the bits of the podcast. From the information that they had at the beginning, I don't think the way anybody reacted here was like, invalid, right? I don't think anybody, the way they reacted from the information that they were getting, drip fed from them in the story from Cutie, I think that they were valid in the way that they were feeling. That's what I mean. Like, I see where they're all coming from different points. Yeah. Do I have points? I'm more mad that they just be blowing the shit out of the beef with onions, but I like onions, so yeah. Again, I don't think it's worth the discourse I saw about Oniongate on Twitter. I don't think it has still not reached that bar yet.
Onion that he consumed.
A 4th cup onion.
If he had consumed like too much onion.
This is the doctor now making this recommendation.
Right, but under the
But the doctor doesn't know how much onion he
guys. The doctor now
a 4th cup.
though that there was a significant
a
amount
biblical
more
amount of onion that he consumed.
A 4th cup onion.
If he had consumed like too much onion.
This is the doctor now.
Also, it's very obvious that the way being told in a way to draw a reaction that would be entertaining to watch. Yeah, like genuine anger is kind of pushing it. Yeah, just a little bit.
Making this recommendation.
Right, but under the
But the doctor doesn't know how much onion he
guys. The doctor, she went in, the doctor fucked up, poison control validated that, and now a second doctor is saying that we don't know why that doctor said that.
The inception point of this story will never actually, like, we will never realize what the truth is unless we order that fucking Mongolian beef barbecue.
He won't text me back.
Okay.
I can text him now. My fingers aren't covered in onion.
Because once we find out that this Mongolian beef spot actually does not have a metric ton of onion in the fucking bowl.
That was a lot of onion.
I think the story will take a totally separate.
Okay, so you're crying.
So I'm freaking out. They have validated that if the dog ate a 4th cup of onions, it's toxic.
Right.
Okay. So
where did they get 3 cups from? I genuinely think that like the vet didn't want to do his job. Right? I know it came from the first vet. I'm saying, where did the first vet get it from? Right? I'm saying that, like, I think that the first vet didn't want to do his job. And so he just, like, was like, yeah, no, your dog is fine with 3 cups of onions. It's fine. You'll be fine. Go call poison control or something. I don't know. I genuinely think that's what it was.
Pissed because I'm like, they should have induced vomiting. They come in to grab the paperwork, and she's like, I'm so sorry, like, but like I can get the doctor to talk to you again. And I said, I want to talk to the fucking doctor that was here at 5 o'clock that turned my dog away.
Did you describe them, what they look like and everything?
Yeah. And so then
Wait.
the original doctor comes back.
Wait, I thought she didn't see the doctor. I thought she only saw the tech. Interesting. Was like what she meant? Maybe. Probably described the tech. I'm just saying that's not what she said. I'm just telling y'all that that's not what she said. She said the doctor.
Back in and she's like, I know you're upset. Like, we're going to figure out who that doctor was. Like, we're going to talk. That's so against our policy.
Everyone was claiming that she didn't see the vet. Everyone was claiming that she didn't see the vet. People were yelling at me that she didn't see the vet. But she said that she saw the doctor here. I'm just saying. She might have misspoke, but I'm just saying that what she said here was describing seeing a doctor. She didn't say vet. She said doctor as in MD, as in human doctor. Come on. Okay, I know you're joking, but like, to be fair, she said as much initially. She misspoke somewhere, either here or in the beginning. That's fine. She could have misspoke either here or in the beginning. That's totally fine. But y'all were yelling at me for some reason. And there's some level of miscommunication here. Yo, the majority report, thank you for the raid. Hello, welcome in, Raiders. We're talking about like the most significant thing that happened in the history of the world, and that is Oniongate. Who was in the wrong? Did Cutie's dog actually see eat a bunch of onions? What happened with the vet? What happened with poison control? I need to know. I need to know. The miscommunication is the whole story. True. But yeah, I hope you had a good stream. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in.
See, we're gonna figure it out. We're gonna talk to you. And I was like, okay, like fuck. It's like 1 a.m. at this point, you know. And
But did a
and
cat
so
eat
then
onions?
they're
A
like, do you want
dog
to visit
did.
with
A dog ate onions.
your dog before you leave? And I was like, absolutely. So then they bring my dog in, and I'm with Swift, and I'm there, and I'm just like, love him. I'm
It's
just
not
like,
your dog.
I'm like crying. No. I'm just like stressed. I'm so stressed. Keep in mind, Ludwig's in Scotland. I'm all alone during this.
Sure.
Okay. So
Wait,
I'm all
how long
alone.
ago
I
was
don't know-
this? Is Ludwig in Scotland now? Did he not just stream yesterday? I'm so confused. This is all Ludwig's fault. Now he's back? Like last week?
Oh, like what the freaking? Obviously, I'm making wrong choices. I don't fucking know.
What's he doing in Scotland?
Sponsor. I think.
Also,
Yeah.
okay, let's just say this. Let's just say this. I'll say this. Large streamers get too many sponsors. Not that they do too many sponsors. They get too many sponsors. And I don't get enough. The rich get richer.
Yeah.
Go on.
And so then so then I'm there, and then I look at my phone, and it's been an hour.
Oh.
And I'm like, you're telling me my dog has a toxic level of onions in him, and you're not doing anything, and you need to do charcoal right away to absorb the toxins, but you're not doing anything?
I'm telling you, something is weird about this entire situation. This is like 6 hours has gone by at this point. I don't like not saying that Cutie is lying, but like utter ineptitude. Complete and utter ineptitude. From both poison control and the vet first time and vet second time.
So then I walk out to the vet tech and I say, hey, apparently they need to put charcoal in my dog's stomach, but
Also, she's a vet tech here and not doctor. So when she said doctor, I will assume that she meant the veterinarian who is actually the doctor there. But just want to put that out there. May have been a misspeak, but I want to call it out.
just like haven't done anything, and they need to act fast, but it's been an hour, and they're like, oh, I just got off my 10. Let me go see what's going on. I know what's going on. And so then I'm like, should I just leave this vet now? Like at this point,
Yeah, are they competent?
Like, are they competent?
Yeah.
Huh?
With Swift.
Yeah, with Swift. Like, should I just take Swift with me and go somewhere else?
Yeah,
So
like
then I'm
Cedar-Sinai or
So I
something.
go back to my room.
Cedar-Sinai,
Yeah.
a human hospital.
Yeah.
I go back to my room. I call another emergency vet.
Right.
I tell them everything. I try to get their opinion on it.
Yeah.
And I'm like, should I come to you guys? I said the problem.
Valid.
They said the
Valid.
problem is if you come to us that you have a 2-hour processing time, and they said that dog needs charcoal and 4 hours ago.
Yeah.
They said so you should just stay there and just get the charcoal. And I said,
Okay.
okay. So I stayed there, and they came and got Swift, and I left, and then I sobbed my little heart out in the car. And then I almost called Austin because I was going to say,
Is Swift home yet?
Did I make the wrong
No,
decision?
no. Here's the
He's
deal,
home, yeah.
Cutie. Let me break it down for
Uh-huh.
you.
God,
Number one, I'm so sorry for what you went through. Number two, you're not paying that fucking bill.
I already paid it.
How much was it?
$2,500.
Give me their number.
What?
$2,500?
Okay.
She did not get $2,500 service. I will say. We ride for Cutie at dawn. We ride for Cutie at dawn. Wait, what time is it now? At noon. Because that's insane. That's crazy.
Here's what you do. You take
Guys, what do you want me to do?
We're agreeing.
$2,500? Are you fucking shitting me?
Your dog eats all these onions. You're just going to leave it?
I have to put my foot down.
No, we're
You
agreeing.
are out of your mind.
We're agreeing.
No, you are not out of your mind. He is out of his mind.
Okay, I have a counter story to this.
Okay.
And I'm gonna walk you through it very quickly.
Okay.
I'm playing basketball with Ted Nificent. Okay. Ted Nificent sometimes fouls pretty hard. He's a very strong guy. Okay. He fouls me by hitting me in the chest like this. Ha ha, we're laughing. I'm like, that's crazy. Like, what kind of defensive move is that? He goes, this is how I defend. And he goes, ha! And he actually pokes my eye out. Okay, he pokes me right in the eye. No, just listen to the story. He pokes me right in the eye. Okay, I go, oh, I think you might have pushed my eye out of its socket or something, because I open my eyes, I can't see out of my right eye. Okay.
Yeah.
And then slowly.
Hold on, stop. If Cutie are in this situation, we go to the hospital.
No, just
That's
listen.
usually what we do.
I'm gonna
That's
walk
right.
you through it.
You call 911.
I'm gonna walk you through it. This is the beauty of the human body.
Okay.
Okay. He got a little.
He smacks himself on the side of the head. He regains his vision. I'm calling it now.
You know what I did? I didn't call the fucking government free healthcare hotline for 8 hours. I Googled it. I said, what is it if you get your eye poked and you have blurry vision?
And it came back with you have cancer.
Okay. No, and it said that you might have had like a
This is so stupid. Do not listen to us on here.
Issue or something. I don't know. One of the nerves.
So
one of the nerves might have gotten knocked out of place. And yeah, I couldn't actually. I did a couple self checks. I filmed myself looking at my finger. One of my right eye, the one that got poked out, was a little wonky. It was not moving in the same speed as my normal eye, my left eye.
This is
and
clearly
what ended up happening was
initially
here. I was seeing double. When I closed my right eye, I was fine. When I opened my right eye, I was seeing double. The right eye was just wonky, looking whichever direction.
Okay, what the fuck did you do about it?
I didn't do anything. My mom was freaking out. She's like, "You have to go to the urgent. You have to go to urgent
Yes,
care."
because your mom is a normal person.
Yeah. And you know what I did? I didn't go because it was improving over time. So I was like, you know what? I got to start the stream.
Not jumping in the fin, but it's not even just men. Sometimes growing up, you don't go to the doctor because it's crazy expensive. You got to wait and see. Yeah, but Hassan is a multimillionaire. You know what I mean? We don't have to pull this whole when you grow up poor in America, the American healthcare system is unaffordable, and therefore a lot of people don't go. We're talking about we're talking about rich people here. You know what I mean? We're not talking about the normal folk like us, chat. We're talking about rich people here. They should go to the doctor. They can go to the doctor. They'll be all right. And even poor people should go to the doctor as well. I'll say it. You know what I mean? It's going to be expensive and it's going to put you in debt, but gosh darn it, it's better than dying. If it passes the barometer for you, I'm not getting any better, go to the doctor. You know what I mean? You got to go to the doctor. You do. I say this to somebody who doesn't ever go to the doctor until it's super bad.
And worst case.
So how the fuck does this apply to her dog?
Your Honor, you're a human. You can vocalize what you feel. My dog can't tell me shit.
No, but I didn't actually go through the process of seeking out a healthcare professional in that regard.
But if
I feel like there's a comfortable
hold
middle
on, but
ground
if
here.
Google would have said to you that eye could cause a blood clot and you could die instantly.
It told me to go to an emergency specialist immediately.
Well, then why the fuck would you not go?
Because it got better, and now I can see out of my.
Okay. I do have a meeting in 7 minutes, but I do wonder who has the timestamp to the beef thing. To the picture. Even on Patreon, there's some picture. Someone said there was a picture. There's a sneak peek picture, or a sneak peek segment. Yeah, we'll just skip to the end here. Why? Put your shirt down, Austin, please.
Patch on your titty. What is happening?
Oh my god, I don't want to cuddle anybody.
What is? Okay.
Fucking sue me next weekend.
I'm body hacking.
I just want to see the.
They're dive reinforced.
Wait, your therapist cut you off from Google?
Yeah.
Dude, what the
Is it
fuck
106?
were you talking about before that was said?
Hypochondria.
Google!
Sometimes my shoulders hurt, and then they'll be like cancer, and I get stressed out.
Kitty, what's your latest obsession with hypochondria?
I haven't had time. It's been my dog dying.
Oh no. Okay, yeah.
But my dog isn't dead. He's alive.
Mine's a brain tumor.
Ugh, don't get me started on those.
I know. I feel like.
How do you guys live like this?
We don't.
It's very stressful.
It's very stressful.
I've lost years.
Well, you know what? I tried taking ashwagandha.
Yeah, I told you.
And then I start to feel like I feel like good.
Okay, what is
I
okay?
feel like so much
beef.
more. Not stressed.
Be
Beef. I can't.
Guys, you
away from your dog.
Yeah, you know what? We're doing all right. kids are all right.
Keep onions away from your dog.
Yeah.
Do you really think it looks that tacky?
No, I think it looks
No,
cute.
it looks fantastic.
I wouldn't wear it in public.
Don't listen to her.
That's no, you
I
should
go
wear
out like
it
this in public, so you shouldn't listen to me.
No, you look hot. You came in with a little
Oh,
skimpy
no.
skirt on.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going behind the paywall. Oniongate will be resolved in part 2.
Episode on fucking onions.
I think they're gonna love it.
See you on the other side. Patreon.com/fearand. Peace.
You said that Ludwig, when asked, that he ate all the onions. Now, you said he didn't eat any onions. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to allow you to use the onions from half of this order.
Okay.
So I'm about to put half the order in a bowl.
Let me make a penis first.
Assuming that Ludwig really didn't
Well,
eat.
why don't
Alright.
you just measure all the onions?
Can somebody with a Fear and Patreon subscription just tell me who was right at the end? Were there a lot of onions or not? That's all I want to know. That's all I want to know. Kitty was right. There was a lot of onions. Like an absurd amount of onions. Yes. All right. I'll take your word for it, actually. It was a ton. It was more than enough to fill a quarter of half the order. All right. All right. Cutie. Women being correct again. Men not listening to them. I'm already a tier 3 sub to whine about it. I can't also watch Fear and pay all that money. So I'll just take your word for it. I have whine about it just to watch Cutie and Maya play Lego Adventures. That's what I have in the background when I'm working. But yeah, I do have a meeting in 2 minutes, and I do have to pee. Any final thoughts, chat? Thank you again for the Raiders. Welcome in, Raiders. Hello, hello, hello. What? Why am I just scrolling through Twitter? I just see a video from the shade room of Tory Lanez stabbing in prison. Ah, you were wrong about it. You're wrong with the right amount of onions. I bet it tasted awesome. You were incorrect. Mods, I'm banned. That guy I banned. Also, chat, just check and see if you have a Prime sub before you go. It's free. It doesn't cost any money. It's as simple as opening up a channel you enjoy, not Hassan's, but mine. Going to a button here that says subscribe. You would scroll down and it would say, it's not here. It would say subscribe with Prime, and then you can click it to subscribe with Prime. I already used mine on myself, obviously. And so if you want to use that on me, I would appreciate it. And other than that, yeah. I gotta go pee. YouTube is not live, is it? No, it's not. Okay, cool. I can play some music. I gotta use the bathroom too. I already said that. All right. I go about my business and I have to pee. Ow. Ow, my back. Okay. All right. Adios.
Ugh.
Ugh.